Welcome to another DragonLance Saga gaming episode. It is the 15th session of our Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition DragonLance Shadow of the Dragon Queen live play. It is Braka Fiercewelt the First. My name is Adam. I would like to take a moment and thank the members of this YouTube channel and invite you to consider becoming a member by visiting the links in the description below and remind you that you can always pick up DragonLance gaming materials using my affiliate links. Now, we are actually out a couple players, and we have a new one joining us this week. But before we get into introductions, last time on Shadow of the Dragon Queen, the heroes entered the fallen Sunward Fortress. Traveling through the darkness, they discovered abominations created by the spawning shard. Upon investigating the ruins, they discovered the Demurnisty Sea Elf Yrcal and an unconscious hunter from Heart's Hollow named Roan, which they sent outside to the remaining heroes while they continued deeper down into the fortress. It turns out that the Dragon Army commander Belethion ordered a Bozak Draconian named Veruza to study the shard. He's been transformed by it as he's been experimenting on others. The heroes discovered him amid many slotty denizens of the Plain of Limbo. They barely escaped the Sunward Fortress with their lives, only to discover those heroes waiting outside were attacked by Slot as well. Hoping everything went better than those within the fortress, the heroes exit, and this is where we pick up today's episode. Now, before we actually jump into the role-playing side of it, I want to, of course, introduce our brand new player, Astrid Starcaller. How you doing?
Hi.
Can you introduce your character to everyone?
Yeah, Astrid Starcaller. She's a wizard of the Order of Red Robes. She's trying to think of a good way to introduce her. Just a young, fairly young woman. Long blonde hair. Fair skin. She's from I believe I said Solamnia or thereabouts, somewhere around there. Kind of new to me as well. I kind of had to whip her up fairly quick.
Yeah, it was literally like 12 hours or something. Trying to go from wanting to play the game to actually like being in it.
Yeah.
Basically, like the backstory of your character from Kalaman, you went to Kalaman in order to discover how you could take the test of high sorcery. You approached the spellcaster there. She was running a shop, and she basically told you that, look, the Orders of High Sorcery don't want to take a side in this battle until they understand the true dynamics of it. They don't want to upset the Dragon Armies, so they're not conducting any tests of High Sorcery, but she gave you a pin symbolizing that you are a provisional member of the Orders of High Sorcery, and as soon as the Orders decide to start taking tests again or decide to take an official stance in this war, then you can go and take your test at that point. But for now, you're not a renegade. You're actually operating under the supervision of the Orders of High Sorcery, but you're not officially a member at this point. You ended up signing up with Darrett Highwater's military force that went north from Kalaman after the governing body was all murdered by Lord Soth and his henchmen, with the heroes, actually. And you've actually been with the army this entire time. You stood with them side by side when the Red Dragon Army, like, convinced some of the commanders of the Alliance forces to turn against them through magic, and you fought side by side with the heroes who returned to the camp through that Warriors of Krynn episode and helped turn the tide of that battle and actually save those Alliance commanders from the Dragon Army's spells and closing those portals as well. So at this point, you, along with Darrett Highwater's entire military force, has arrived at Walkenreth while the rest of the heroes have been over in the Sunward Fortress, sort of doing their dungeon delving and discovering what that's all about. And when you got there, you realized that Dalamar, who is a member of the Orders of High Sorcery, at this point, he is examining a portal that the heroes had discovered therein. And because you're also a wizard, he's actually been sort of bouncing ideas off of you, sort of running through some scenarios and trying to construct, looking at magical ley lines and currents throughout the natural northern wastes to determine where this City of Lost Names location is. So you've been helping him this whole time. So let's jump over to the other heroes right outside of Walkenreth. And because those watching this every other week, whenever we have our episodes, we don't know what really happened outside. As soon as Yirkal and Roan were brought to the surface and the rest of the heroes went back down delving, the heroes were sort of looking after Roan, trying to discern what was wrong with him, why he couldn't be wakened from his sickness. And Claritin discerned that he, in fact, needed to have either a remove disease or a lesser restoration spell cast on him before he could do his long rest, re-memorize the spells through his god. They were actually attacked by some of these red toad-looking creatures called Slod from the plane of Limbo, and infected Ulrich, Claritin, and they didn't have an opportunity to have that long rest in order to get that spell and heal Roan. And it's about that time that the heroes are now leaving Sunward Fortress, meeting up with everyone else after that battle has occurred, and they are also just sort of limping out. Arjun is feeling horrendous. He is suffering in the same way that Roan is, Ulrich is, and Claritin is. And just for consistency, for the audience's sake, Claritin and Ulrich will not be returning with us. Much like Merrick's character, they're going to be sort of relegated to the Dragon Army. I'm sorry, the Alliance forces with under Darrett's command. So that's where, of course, our new player comes in and stuff. But let's deal with this fallout, because ultimately, Fynn, you've been outside burying your animal companion who fell in the last battle. Torgan, you just came up with Janik and Arjun, basically carrying Arjun out. He was really pretty hard up. And let's just sort of pick it up from there.
Oh, boy. Just sort of stagger out the help, healer, need a healer. As we carry Arjun out.
Yeah, so Ulrich and Claritin can help
around
you,
the scene,
but you immediately see them like super sweaty and sort of hard up like Arjun is, and a lesser extent than what Roan is experiencing right now as well. And Claritin tells you straight up, like, look, all we have to do is do a cure disease and lesser restoration, but I can't, we were attacked last time we tried to camp here. I don't think this is a really good place to camp.
No, we've just encountered something in there that we're nearly all gone. I'm still battered and bruised and bleeding, so I'm just about holding it together myself. But he's in trouble. We need to get out of here somewhere, and we need to get help.
So Janik suggests that we try to, figure out a way to carry the wounded and bring them all over to Walkenreth where the army is waiting. Of course, it's going to take a full day to get there, which means that everyone that's wounded is still wounded, and they're going to have to be traveling without any, moment of respite at all. Arjun, or I'm sorry.
Horses? Horses?
No, actually, no one has had any horses up in these northern wastes. You've been traveling by foot, actually. Horses wouldn't survive the rising and falling of those washes through the canyons. They get washed away pretty quickly. Sven, what do you think about what's happening?
I'm observing here. I'm seeing what we can do about helping the wounded, and where we need to find a spot that's safe to tend to the wounded.
Yeah. So you know that last time you tried to camp out here, you were attacked. You do know now that once the heroes went down, Janik and Arjun and Torgan buried that spawning stone that this abomination was sort of creating all these creatures with. So maybe it's safe now, or, it's sort of like rolling the dice. You don't really, like literally rolling the dice. You don't really know if it's going to be safe or not. So, looking at the map, you guys are right here next to Sunward Fortress. The rest of the army and Dalamar are right over here at Walkenreth. It's only going to take you guys a day, even with the wounded. Do you want to risk doing the day and hoping you don't run into random encounters?
That might be our safest bet.
Yeah, it's brutal, because no matter where you sleep, you're going to have a chance of something, you know what I mean? And at least you have traveled this terrain before, and you're at least, familiar enough that, you've lived up here for almost a full week at this point.
Can anyone else operate the gnome thing? What's it called? Fargab?
Fargab,
You know,
yeah.
the strange. Can anybody use? Obviously, look at art. Didn't he hang it around his neck or what? How's he carry it?
It's basically like an old school World War One radio. You know, you
Yeah,
sort of
but
like
I don't
put
want
it
to
in a
rifle
backpack.
through his pouches. Has he got it like visible?
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
this,
so sort of lift it and hold it out and go, can anyone use this to let the army know? Because we might need at least runners to meet us halfway or something.
Right. I mean, every one of you has seen it used, so you can figure it out. I mean, you could even try to use
I'll
it.
give it a shot.
Okay.
Okay.
Fynn, key it up. What do you say?
I'm gonna radio back in and just inform them of everything that's happened. We found a crystal that kind of mutates things that are in its vicinity over time, not like a instantaneous mutation.
Yeah. So as
It's
soon as
kind
you
of a
key it up and you're telling this,
corruption.
you can tell that it's Tatina Rukeldust, the gnome that's picking up on the other side, because every time you're explaining it, she's keying the mic and going, ooh, and he's like not like cutting you off mid-speaking sentence as you're trying to explain everything.
I'm just going to go no, and just speak over, because I'm trying to get the information out and
Like,
no.
well, you can get it out if you just complete your sentence, but you keep cutting it off. You keep stopping. Unclick.
Oh dear, we've got a Rupert on the other end.
She's a gnome. She actually invented this.
Yeah, it's like having Ruperts in the net. You just won't shut up.
stop talking. Use your ears. Stop your mouth.
So what do you say, Fynn?
I'm just going to continue updating on everything that's happened and that we're currently en route to Walking Rift.
So she, cutting you off and stuff, she starts to reply to you, telling you what you should do, which is exactly what you're trying to tell her what you're actually doing. And she's like, okay, well, because you're cutting off and we can't really hear you, we're going to send out some people to come and try to meet you halfway. And I'm hoping that you can understand this. You're supposed to just wait till someone's done talking before you key it up. Just to, I'm sort of learning this Fargab as we go. And it would be a really great thing if I could figure out a way to have it a two-way communication. And she's just like rambling on about how modifications can be made in order to make it so you don't have to key the mic in order to speak and unkey it in order to hear. And the whole time you're just sitting there like hands up and like, I can't do anything. Like she's not listening to me. Eventually, like 5-7 minutes later, she unkeys it. And it's just dead air. What?
Yeah. I'm not gonna follow anything up.
Okay. So everyone else is just like, all right,
decide-
so are we gonna try to move through these wastes all together with these people that are basically like almost sick as hell? How are we gonna carry them? What are we gonna do?
There was tents, wasn't there?
Yeah.
So we can maybe jury rig some of the tents to form litters.
Okay.
Have any of you got actually standing?
There's really only like 2 of them standing, but you see like
No, how many have we got standing?
Oh, I
Like,
got you.
in
So
the group,
there's
group and
Janet,
attachments.
right. Janik, Ulrich and Clareton are standing, but they're not doing well. Arjun is barely standing. He could probably use being carried. Yirkal's standing, and then all of you are standing.
And how
So
many injured?
there's Roan, who's unconscious. Arjun, who's not doing well, and he's actually like throwing up in the corner while Rukeldust is sort of taking up the airways with her hot air. You have Ulrich and Clareton, both of them starting to cough and get a little bit woozy, but they can still stand at this point. So we're looking at 4 of the team are ill.
Right. So if we get 2 litters, 2 to each, and even if we have to sort of drag them,
Mhm.
you know what I mean? 2 of us on one end and it drags along the ground.
Does anybody have survival skills? Can we build like a sleigh or something? Put something together.
That's what I'm thinking. Like a
Interesting. There are
use the
excavation
compass,
tools.
2 poles. We can get 2 casualties in each,
Yeah.
and then at least 2 of us can drag 2 people.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got a 20 strength, so I could probably.
Let's see if you guys can put together something interesting. Does anyone have good skills? I mean, give me like a wisdom check or a survival check, something to put this stuff together.
Be the cleric. Give yourself guidance.
I mean, Fynn, you're a ranger. Do you have survival?
Oh, John, the dice rolls start at the beginning of a game.
Oh man.
We're assisting him too, aren't we?
Yeah. You'll have advantage on this. So roll again and just take the higher roll. So Fynn, what did you get?
I haven't rolled yet. Just a wisdom check.
Oh, the exact same. I rolled an 8.
Oh.
Is that with advantage?
Oh, that's not with advantage.
So if you and Sven, Fynn and Sven are working together, then Sven's sort of hopping between everyone trying to help. Just give me a roll.
With advantage, that's 11.
Do you want me to roll 2 or?
Okay, so 11. You can cobble together something. It's not really going to improve speed. I mean, you guys are going to be going a little bit slower than you normally do. So you're going to be rolling in a little over 24 hours unless they do, in fact, meet you halfway. But you can piece something together to get the injured and the ill at least off the ground, and so you can actually cart them away. At this point, you are starting to notice the wash rising. So I need some wisdom checks. You have advantage on these because you went into the Blue Phoenix Shrine and you got that charm from Habakkuk. So give me wisdom checks with advantage.
I assume that's for me as well, right?
You're with the army at this point, so you're pretty good right now. You don't have to
Okay,
worry
I just wanted to be sure.
Yeah, you will definitely have to deal with it here in a minute, though.
I'm 18.
18. What'd you get, Torgan?
How do you roll with advantage?
Hold your shift key down. And it'll turn green.
Ah, right. Okay, that's.
Oh, nice. 17. All right. And what'd you get, Sven?
There we go. Can I do that for all my
17.
Feature, please?
No.
That I can almost be like a normal player.
Right. That would help you a lot. Okay, so the majority of you, I mean, all of you here, were successful. So you were able to maneuver yourselves to not be affected by the wash rising. But, it takes about an hour and a half. The wash is like flooding in and slowly rising up to water levels where you're going to have to be on top of the canyons the entire time as you're traversing. So now we're going to cut over to you, Astrid. You're sort of conversing with Dalamar, and he's going through a bunch of magical theory that is way above your head. Like, you're just not quite at his level yet to really fully understand what he's talking about, but you're sort of nodding your head and you're doing your best to sort of, stay up to date with what he's saying. And this little gnome, you know her as Tatina Rukeldust, comes running up to you, and she sort of grabs the bottom of your robe and she sort of tugs on you. We need your help. Can you help us, please?
What do you need help with?
Wow, that's interesting. What are you guys looking at? You guys are sort of in front of this massive portal that's shut down and sort of inactive. She's like almost climbing over on your shoulders, like over on top of you, like reaching her arms over in front of your face, like pointing at stuff. Like, what does that mean? Is that a dragon head? This is amazing. I wonder if I could make this into a doorway. Oh, if I put some wires over here and some...
Excuse me.
Yeah.
You said you need
I'm sorry. Yes, I actually really could use your help. We've got a couple people that are, well, they're in danger. They don't really know how to use the Fargab. The problem is that once you start clicking down on the Fargab's receiver, no one else can really hear you. And they didn't really understand. They had to let go to listen and then push down to talk. And I was trying to tell them, but they never really understood it. I'm trying to devise a way to make a two-way communication setup. And I think it would be really interesting if I could get some servos set up, maybe a gyroscopic flux capacitor to put on top of it. I believe I could harness the natural energies of the environment. And I don't know, maybe it would be a little bit too... Yeah?
Excuse me. Yeah, I'm not sure we need to discuss that quite at this time. If you could just show me directions to where you need me to help.
Oh, certainly. It's okay. Not everyone really understands the complexities and ins and outs of flux capacitors, so I don't put it past you. I still think you're a really intelligent person. You have to be intelligent to be a wizard. I mean, look at your robes. If you're not a wizard, did you just get out of the bath? Is this a bathrobe? Can I borrow it? She like starts to lift it up and tries to put her head underneath it.
No, that's not happening.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just
Oh.
push her away.
Okay.
So let's just show me where we need to go, and I suppose I'll start
Okay, well, follow me.
moving in that
She
direction.
just sort of
I'll just-
hops along down the stairway and gets to the bottom of the walk-in reth area, and Darrett's standing there. He's like, "Oh, I'm very glad she found you. We're hoping that you could help us. We have some of our companions that had went off to another location. Apparently, they ran into some problems. Would you be okay traveling with some of the soldiers and meeting them halfway and bringing them back?"
Of course, yeah.
I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. He picks up a pack. He's like, "This is just enough rations to get you there and back," and he hands it over to you. If there's any problems at all, I don't know, maybe light as large of a fire as you can possibly make, and we'll come. It looks like the wash is coming in, so make sure you're staying on top of the canyon as you're traversing the terrain with the other soldiers.
Can do.
So you see these three soldiers walk up. They're ostensibly just militiamen. They were farmers or fishermen or tradesmen of some kind before this war took effect. And they really don't know anything except for following orders. And so they're kind of looking to you to guide them. We're not going to roleplay the whole journey over and everything that happens, but just suffice to say that you're in charge of these soldiers throughout the course of this moment here until you meet up with the rest of the heroes. So they're sort of like looking around like, "All right, what's your name, Missy?"
Astrid.
Astrid.
Starcaller.
Wow, you're really pretty. You sure you should be up here in these northern wastes? I mean, this is a dangerous place.
I can handle myself just fine.
Okay, well, handle yourself and lead us on to these other people. Do you think they're bad? Do you think there's like dead bodies? I mean,
Won't know until we get there, I suppose.
all right. So I just need a wisdom check from you. You're not going to have advantage because you weren't with everyone else when they did the shrine, but just let me know what
Flat
you get.
wisdom?
Yeah. I mean, you'll get,
Okay.
if you have
Right.
like any like wisdom bonus, then you'll have that as well.
Night.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, so you're easily, as you're guiding these three other guys, you're seeing the water level sort of flood in from the canyon. At one point, it becomes like a flash flood. It gets really, really heavy. And you guys are heading out in the middle of the night as well. It's pretty overcast. The wind is sort of kicking up. It's probably due to the severity of this water rushing in from the bay there. But ultimately, you're successful in getting up onto the top, and you're not suffering any movement problems or anything. It's about dawn by the time you start seeing them in the far distance doing their very best to drag these litters with people as well. So what do you do once you start to see them?
I suppose I can call out to them, and I order the soldiers ahead to help them.
Okay.
They clearly need help carrying. They're injured.
Yeah. So as you guys are walking across this northern waste, doing your best to drag everyone along, you actually see some people in the distance call out to you, and you see three of the soldiers start running toward you. You can tell they're not Dragon Army forces, and putting two and two together, you know they're probably from the Alliance forces that came up with Darrett. And so they run up. They help you out with the litter and stuff. Is there anything you wanted to convey before you guys get together? Like,
Oh, we're gonna have to send an expedition back to somewhere fortress, but we'll deal with that later. Priority is getting these guys. We need a healer. We're all spent at the moment, and
like one of
we've
the-
done what we can, but we're stuck.
yeah. One of the humans like looks down and he's like, "Aren't you a healer?"
Yeah, I've done what I can, but we've just been can't even talk about it. It was rough.
Yeah, I bet if he was a dwarf, you'd be able to help him, right?
Excuse me?
I said if he was a dwarf, you'd probably be able to help him, right?
I think I can help anyone. I've just been through enough. The last thing I need is some peasant. speaking to me in that manner.
Peasant, look, man, we're here to help you. You're supposed to be healing people. Isn't Reorx like, or whatever the dwarven god, doesn't he care about other humans? If they were dwarves, would he be able to help them?
I punch him straight in the mouth.
Okay. So he like, his head knocks back. It's like, what? We're on the same side. What the hell is wrong with you?
I grab him by his scruff and bring him in. We have all just nearly died. There's evil here bigger than any of us. Keep your petty grievances aside. It's you, idiots like you, that give the Dragon Army power.
It's like
Speak to me the god again.
Okay.
And you won't have to worry about the next day. I will end you.
All right, calm down. Jeez.
So I back him up. I tell him we need help here. Gonna help us out or not?
Yeah, of course. That's what we're here for. Can I?
Stay-
He's like trying to get his head out of your head. Like, can I
Yeah,
get
stay-
out of?
Stay away from my healer. He's been through enough already.
All right. Okay. He's like doing his best to sort of stay away, keep his distance from you guys. Grabs one of the tarps with the other three guys, and they're just sort of eyeing you. You watch this happen, Astrid. Do you say or do anything?
I suppose I'm not sure. She's not overly confrontational.
Yeah.
What's that? Do you have healing powers?
I do not know.
I mean, this is the first time you guys are meeting each other, so you know.
If I turn to Colin, what's needed that we can get this party healthy?
So cure wounds. I basically have used up all my spells.
Okay.
I need a rest to recover. You know what I mean? I'm actually spent. I'm down to. I'm just over barely walking hit points.
Okay.
So I am beaten to a pulp, and I've used everything. So anyone that's fresh, if that makes sense, like basic first aid.
Would it be a good
It's not
time to take a
stable.
long rest? Can we just take one and then Colin can?
Well, yeah, I've got a long rest, but at the moment we're in a bit of a dicey situation.
Yeah, right now you guys are traversing the top of canyons, and the
Okay.
water level is up at the top because the wash came in and risen. So it's going to be a little bit more difficult to travel. Not for you guys, but for these new people, it's a little bit more challenging for them because they don't have that charm. So they're going to be slowing you up a little bit, but at least they are extra protection. If you guys want to do a camp, like a long rest, you guys can set up camp, do your
I can take.
at least
I
8
can-
I
hours.
think at the moment they're stabilized. We did ask for a healer. Told you I was spent. We need to get back to the walking raft. We need help for these guys. Right, do you think if I didn't care, we'd just leave them behind us? Would
No.
we be dragging them if we didn't care, putting ourselves at risk?
You take
Like
a short
sort of
rest.
water.
At least to use your hit die and get yourself back up, Colin.
Well, I'm okay. If we get into battle, I'm in trouble. But in terms of walking and talking, I can struggle on.
Okay.
It's my magic's completely, my spells are completely used up.
Got it. All right.
Lots of things, so I can't heal. And everyone's out of the danger zone. I mean, I use first aid and that. We've got people
Yeah.
above 0 points.
So let's go ahead and traverse to safety then where we need to go,
Okay.
and then get the group, and then we can take a long rest in.
Well, we should be quicker now. We've got help,
Yeah.
and hopefully the other two people aren't as gobby.
Let's yes, man. So
We won't have to bury anybody.
I'll clear pass.
Okay. So you all, it takes you until the next morning, but you ultimately get there. It is early by the time you actually get back to Darrett's camp, back in Walkenrath. And, they come out to greet you. Darrett comes out himself, and he's like, grabbing the wounded. He's like, oh, no, not Arjun. And he comes up to you, Torgan, and he's like, hey, Torgan, right?
Yes,
He like puts his hand out. It's very nice to meet you.
and you too. I wish it was under better circumstances.
Oh, absolutely. Look, I really appreciate you bringing these gentlemen back. They've helped me from, it seems like years, but it's really just been a few weeks. They mean a lot to me, and it really means a lot that you brought them back to us, even in this condition. We'll take them to the med tent, and we'll have people take care of them. It is safe here. If you guys want to just sort of rack out for a while, you are able to here.
I think I need to convey all the events that happened and what we actually faced, and then I motioned to Sven to recount what happened simultaneously outside. So the fact we're hit from all sides, inside and out.
It's like, oh, that's terrible. And Janik says that she needs to go tell Dalamar that she promised she would report back to him so he could know. And she comes back. She's like, he said after we rest, he's gonna come down and talk to us all. Is that all right with everyone?
That's fine, as long as at least we've got people to safety and we can
identify or anything like that.
I mean, Astrid, can you?
I'm sorry. What was that last bit?
Can you identify magic items?
Yeah. It'll take me a few minutes.
It's also pretty expensive
as a ritual. Oh, I actually don't have the component for identify.
So it's a pearl of 100 gold piece value.
Yeah, I actually don't have that pearl.
So do you guys know if any of the other companions had any money that you think they'd be willing to?
Well, we know somebody. I remember getting a gem from somebody before. She wasn't too happy about it.
Yeah, it was Janik. Yeah.
Oh.
I think we can just pull it. We have it in our party gold.
I mean, she did get those gems and stuff, but they're not pearls specifically. So that's the only problem with those. But and the pearls that you had from Blue Phoenix Shrine, you guys actually used as a resurrection for Fynn's boar the first time.
Mm-hmm. It was last time.
So you're going to either have to find somewhere where you can exchange money that you found for pearls or the gems for pearls in order to identify them.
Would could Dalamar identify?
You can ask him. Yeah.
I could certainly ask. I do want to talk to Darrett's in charge, right?
Yeah.
I would like to discuss with him his soldiers' little spat back there and suggest that perhaps he discipline them about that.
He's like, really?
Yes. Yes.
Walk with me to the medical tent. I think we need to have a conversation about this.
Okay.
So as you guys are walking, and you describe the exact circumstances and what happened, you know, he sort of has a grim look on his face. He's like, we are trying to traverse some very different cultures in a very difficult situation. To expect every human to trust every other race or every other race to trust every other human, it's just not something that we've had generations of discord between all of us. I don't know if I can punish someone for what they were taught. I mean, we can go through the motions of trying to re-educate them that racism and bigotry is a bad thing, especially when we're trying to actively work together. I'll definitely talk to them, but I'm not entirely sure punishment would be right.
I don't necessarily. I agree with you that punishment would not necessarily help things, but definitely a suggestion to treat things more cautiously, as this open hostility is only going to exacerbate any issues we're having out here already.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that I've dealt with my entire life. Whenever, you know, Ispen Greenshield was a really good friend. You know, we have gnomes working with us, and not a lot of people, you know anything about some of these other races. Most of the humans that have lived in all of Solamnia have lived isolated lives in their little farming villages or towns or, you know, the cities where you don't really get a lot of racial exposure of elves and dwarves and such. We're sort of thrown together in this melting pot, and I'm doing my best to keep my hands around it. It's a struggle. I'll talk to them, and maybe moving forward, you could keep an eye out, and maybe we could work together. I mean, the reaction that Torgan had of punching him in the face, I don't think that was right either. But because of the stress of everything, I don't know. I think we just need to have open dialogue. I think that might help a little bit. Especially the fact that we're in war. Like, this isn't a card game that we're arguing over. This is life and death, and we just can't. We have to work together, and we can't let things get to a place where we're actively attacking each other, even because of bigotry and hatreds that are generations old. I don't know. I wish I had a better response for you, because I do find it as an abject negative what happened, and I'll talk to them. I appreciate you bringing it up to me. As you guys both walk into the medical tent, you can see that there are clerics doing their best to call out to their gods to heal these people that are like actively sweating. You see the blue-skinned sea elf that came with those heroes, who was addressed as Yurkal. She walks up to Darrett. Oh, are you the commander of this army here? Oh, he's like, yes, I am. Can I help you? She's like, oh, I'm afraid he's very ill, and he needs to be cured, or he could die. Oh, all of them. Oh, we faced aberrations. They were not from this world. Oh, I'm a priest amongst the sea elves, and I've done what I can, but I need to rest in order to truly help them anymore. Oh, you understand? He's like, yes, I completely understand. Take your time, whatever you need. We have food, we have supplies, whatever you need. She's like, oh, thank you so much. And she sort of, passes both of you. He sort of turns to you. He's like, have you ever seen a sea elf before?
No, I have not.
That's the strangest thing I've ever seen in my life. It's like, these are strange times. I lived on a Vogler, which is a farming community. A fishing community. I never once saw a sea elf before. This is amazing. Okay, I'm sorry. Please, could you go talk with Dalamar? I think Janik is up there talking with him as well, and see if he has been able to discern anything about the location of the City of Lost Names yet. I'm going to go tend to these soldiers as best as I can.
All right.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Yeah, I suppose I'll head that way to discuss with Dalamar.
So you walk into the room in Walkenreth, where Dalamar is in front of the portal with Janik, and they're pretty close to each other, and there's some body language that's happening that there's some connection between them, whether it's real or just fleeting, or maybe the chaos of war or whatever it is, but there seems to be a little electricity between them. As soon as you enter, you immediately feel like a third wheel, and they just sort of look, do like a double take, like, oh, hello, it's good to see you again.
Yes, I was just sent to check on your progress here. There's how well you're doing, or...
Yes.
Oh dear.
Well, Janik has just informed me of everything that they've discovered down at the Sunwood Fortress. Unfortunately, they covered it up. I might have to go excavate it myself and discern if there is anything of interest further to discover, uncover. What is this red pop-up?
Yeah.
That was weird. He tells you, I believe you met with these people. I must have like server issues or something, because I keep getting this connection error.
Uh-oh.
Did you discover anything of the wounded that were coming back? Did they look ill or just wounded?
Did they look ill? Or
they looked, hard up. Like
okay.
They were really like diseased ill.
Then yeah, they did in fact look ill.
Interesting. I think perhaps we should avoid any contact with them, just to be safe. Now that I have this information, I believe I can locate the location of the City of Lost Names through the magical ley lines, the currents running throughout these northern wastes, but it will take me some time. I believe everyone is down sleeping off their battles, licking their wounds, as it were. If you could give me 24 hours of study, I think I might be able to discern the location for you. What do you think about that?
Can I insight him?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
22.
You can tell that he is genuinely trying to figure this out. This is, in the short time that you have conversed with him while the rest of the heroes were over at Sunwood Fortress and stuff, you know that his only interest is magic. Like, that is it. He's not doing this to help all of you out of the betterment of his life. He's doing this because he's genuinely curious. He sent the heroes to these 3 different locations because he is, you know, sort of under the command of someone else that doesn't want him to do it. And so he's sort of using everyone to get the information he wants. And as a benefit to that, he's helping you all to discover the City of Lost Names. So he's not doing this out of the kindness of his heart, but he is very invested in discovering the truth of it because he loves the magic more than anything.
Okay. Then I suppose there's nothing to do but give you the time you need.
Yes. Thank you.
Mm.
Janek sort of awkwardly like, all right, I'll talk to you later. And she just walks away. You know, you guys are talking and stuff. He turns back around and just sort of staring at the portal. Are you still there?
Yes.
Perhaps you could give me some time alone.
Yes, certainly.
Thank you.
I'll just step out then.
Okay. So guys, go ahead and do your long rest. This is safe with the army here. No one's going to come messing with you. You know, do everything you need to do for a long rest, rememorizing spells that you think you're going to need. You know, get everything set and ready. Uncheck all of the spell slots that you had already checked on use and stuff, so you're 100% ready.
How many spells can you learn during a long rest?
Only the maximum of your slots. So however many slots you have per level, that's how many spells you can learn. As soon as you guys wake up, you see some clerics that have been tending to the wounded come up, and she's like looking over at Fynn and Torgan and Sven. Pardon me, there's someone named Roan asking for you?
For who? Oh, sorry.
He's
Yes,
talking to the other 3.
Yes, lead us to them. Lead us to him.
It's over in the med tent. Follow me. So he gets there, and Roan, whom you've never had a conversation with, he was literally unconscious the whole time that you ever saw him. He's like, I'm told you rescued me from the Sunward Fortress. Oh, is that true?
It's less of a rescue and more of an expedited retreat with additional bodies.
A what? What did you say?
We barely made it out there alive.
Oh. He's like, in any case, he's like moving his hand up to sort of like grip your hand or something. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. He's like leaning over to what looks like it could just be like a chamber pot, but there's like something in it that looks like it's dead, almost like some form of an embryo. He's like, they took that out of me. I think your friends, they have that in them as well. And the cleric chimes in. He's like, yes, your friend Arjun is not going to be going with you anywhere. He is currently has a parasite inside of him, as is Ulrich and Claritin, I believe his name was. They're taking the turn for the worse, and we're doing the best we can. You understand this is something out of the ordinary. This isn't quite a cut or a bruise, but we are tending to them, so don't worry about it. He is free to leave when he feels up to it. He's like, I actually... he's like sort of hawks up these really nasty sort of phlegmy, loogie type stuff. I come from a location called Heart's Hollow. I would pay you 1,000 gold if you took me there, if you could take me home.
Rest up first, so that you're in better health. Then we can.
He's like, I'd really like to get out of here. I don't feel safe with this army. Armies tend to fight wars, and I don't want to be in the middle of that. You understand?
I understand where you're coming from. But with you being in this poor of health, it's only going to be a hindrance. it's only going to
I
delay
can,
the travels.
I can get up. I can walk. You see him sort of lean up a little bit. He sort of like slumps back down, but he's like, no, I got this. I can do this. The cleric's just like, he is free to go on. If he feels up to it, we could really use the cot for some other people.
I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at.
Can you say that one more time, please?
We could really use the cot for other people. If you could take him, I mean, it would free up a cot. It would help us. I mean, you have to wait. I heard you had to wait for that crazy elf up in the tower. I mean, if you got to wait for him anyway, I mean, you might as well just take this guy home if you want to. I mean, I would do it for 1,000 gold pieces. That's generational wealth.
I have to run it by the others first, because this isn't a decision only I can make.
So Roan
The others.
chimes up. Thank you. I really appreciate it. And he sort of lays back down. They put like a wet towel over his face. All right, so you're free to
But I'm gonna ask the doctor or the person that's taking care of Ronan, if he knows what the parasite originated from, if it came from the crystal or is it just he got dealt a bad hand at his location.
He's like, I have no idea. To be quite honest, he said he was attacked by some strange aberration, and that's how he got infected, but we have no way of verifying that. It does look like your friends are infected with the same thing, so logic dictates that perhaps that was what it was.
Okay, I'm gonna take that information and relay it to everyone else. Don't be worried, but we all might have parasites inside us.
Don't freak out. Did you guys say anything? You do anything? Like,
Are we all together at this point?
Yeah.
All right, that's what I was kind of holding back, because like, right. Trying to look, if we any way to detect or find out before we go any further forward, if we've got something inside us that shouldn't be there.
Well, you know that Arjun reacted immediately when he got sick. Ulrich and Claritin also reacted immediately when they got sick. So it's been over 24 hours now. It's been like, I don't know, 42 hours since you guys have been involved in that, and you feel fine.
Right. If taking this guy home isn't going to interfere with the mission, and if we'll have to wait anyway for Dalamar, then we may as well do it.
Right. So you would have to talk to him, Roan, where, ask him where it is to see, how long it's actually going to take to get there and stuff. But you're free to go up to him and ask him. When you do, if you guys are looking at the map right now, Heart's Hollow is right here.
Mm-hmm.
So it's, let's see, 1, 2, 3 days travel to get there. Probably one of the reasons why he's keeping you there. He just said that's where his home is. That's it. If you want to ask him more details, you're feel free.
This is the guy that we found and we
I'll go.
rescued.
He was unconscious, yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna head over to him,
Is he up on his own
open
power
up a map, and ask him where specifically he lives.
Okay, so until you guys leave, he's still taking up that cot in the med tent. But as you walk up with the map, Fynn, and you're like, so where is it you live? He points it out on the map. He's like, oh, it's right up here on this plateau. I mean, quite... it's, it's like 3 days, but I can lead you there. It's not really going to be a problem. I know the wastes. I mean, this is my home. It's really the Dragon Army that's the problem. They've been patrolling this area like they're searching for something, and we really haven't seen them except for the past week and a half.
I ask him, is he able to move under his own power and fight if needed?
I got to be honest, I'm not really a fighter. We were captured by the Dragon Army when I was just sort of scouring the wastes and forced into labor. But I can take you there. I won't be much help in a fight, though.
All right, so then he can't move with his own power, but he's not a fighter or anything like that.
Right.
All right. I think I just turned to Colin and ask, are you up to speed? Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm rested. Thankfully, I'm good to go again.
Okay.
If we're going to be here, if nothing's happening, then I suppose it won't hurt to do this one thing.
Yeah, Janet comes up and she's like, look, if it's okay with you guys, if you're just going to go drop him off at his house or something, I could just hang out here with Dalamar, the camp, and just sort of, hang out. See if I could help.
Well, we kind of give her a knowing look. Hang out, you say?
Well, he needs help with magical stuff, and I don't know, maybe Astrid would want to go with it. Hey, Astrid! And she's like, here, Janik. You don't really formally know her, but you just knew, her from everyone else directing her and from Dalamar. She sort of waves you over.
I'll head over, yeah. Something you need?
Oh, I was hoping that, I'm going to be helping out Dalamar here. I was wondering if maybe you would go with my friends here and take this guy to his house. I don't know. Maybe it's like a sand igloo or something. If you live out here, what are you gonna?
I suppose I could do that. I have nothing else to do.
Right.
Need something to do.
Well, it's set then. Have fun, guys. And she just sort of walks away.
Yannick.
Yeah.
Please don't open that portal again.
Of course not. What do you take me for? It was a nightmare closing it.
Yeah, let's not go through that again.
No, I'm with you on that. Trust me.
Just keep Dalamar calm, please. I know it's exciting, but we've seen what's there.
So I'm sure I can figure out ways of relaxing him, or keeping him relaxed. We can.
Okay. Yes, I'm sure.
It's not anyway. Have a good trip. And she's like embarrassedly walks off.
Dan's going to kill you next game.
I know. Anyway, so you guys are gonna head out to Hearts Hollow?
Guess so, yeah. Well, pack up some just light traveling equipment, rations.
Okay.
Get all your spell slots ready.
Yeah, make sure you guys have your spells chosen, knowing that you're going to be traveling and stuff. So the wash stays the same. The weather takes a turn for the worse, however. The overcast clouds that were sort of hovering over since you left Sunward Fortress have just started openly downpouring. The wash is still high, and it's just creating this massive, muddy, sloppy terrain. You guys are fine to traverse it because of your charms, but it is just a nightmare. Everything you own is completely soaked. You're soaked to the bone. You're just sort of miserable going through this. And Astrid, for you, this is the first time that you're sort of going with these guys. And so, sort of learning mannerisms and what it's like to travel with different people. You were in an organized military unit before, and these are just like 3 scruffy headed nerve herders, I mean?
Right, yeah. You
call them scruffy little.
That's right. So anyway, the 3 days that you're out there, you don't really run into anything of significance. With the wash being as high as it is, it seems like whatever creatures were there, and with the rain just downpouring, everyone's sort of like just huddling in place or in their lairs, or not openly flying like we saw some of the Dragon Army soldiers before on Dragonels. So maybe the weather is a boon for you. But in either case, you start to approach what looks to be an even higher elevated plateau that's rising out of the northern waste. And Roan points up. It's at the top of there. I think it's gonna be a surprise for you all. To be honest, it's not like the rest of this godforsaken barren wastelands.
Okay, the guys just start trudging on. I think we're all wet and tired, and we're just like, yeah, okay, whatever. Just not.
I'm just getting it over with.
Okay. So you see him like stop before he actually gets up to the plateau, and he's like looking around the ground. Hey, can each of you do me a solid and find a stone? Just a rock that's interesting, maybe resonates with you, just something to bring in. I'll explain everything later, but just bring the stone in with you as we enter.
Okay.
Well, I'm a dwarf. I find rocks interesting, so.
So you'll pick up
Find a nice looking rock.
interesting stones and stuff.
Yeah.
All
I don't know. Can I try to find a particularly interesting rock? Like,
Yeah.
is there any? Yeah.
I mean, you might find something that like it has like a glimmer, like fool's gold or something, like a vein running through it that's of interest. Or I'm not.
I'd rather find something, not just a mundane rock, something a little more unique than a random pebble.
Yeah, no, I'm tracking you. I dig it. All right, so we are now. You are all over here. Each one of these hexes is, I think it's 30 feet. Yeah, is 30 feet. So you're come up to this space, and it ends up being this massive hole that just has this outer edge that winds down deeper into the hole, into this open chasm at the center of this huge plateau. And the rain is just pouring down and going deep into it. And you see people all throughout this entire area going about their day as if like humans and dwarves and elves all together, just sort of living their lives. Kender running around, doing everything. And Roan sort of turns to you.
Buttoning up my pouches a bit more. Just.
Right. Those rascally Kender.
I'm going to turn to Ronan and ask him, is this a dormant volcano?
I don't think so. I never thought of it as a volcano. It's home. It's been here for as long as I know, and I just sort of came across it, and no one else knows about it. So let's keep it that way, if you know what I mean. I would like to prevent the Dragon Army from ever getting anywhere close to this. But yeah. So as you guys are sort of walking down, I'm using this tent as an example of where you all are. So he's like, let me show you my home. As you're passing these different structures that are built into and out of this sort of spiral canyon, it's patchwork fabrics scavenged from the waste that decorate each of these homes. You see lanterns hanging in every single window. This is clearly a unique community that is different from anything that any of you have ever seen. As you walk down to this first area right here. Oh, damn it.
You just make up there.
I know. As you walk down to this first area right down here, Roan stops for a second. He's like, sort of showing you all around. He's like, this is what we call End's Odds. So it's run by Grand End Pike. He's a hill dwarf. He looks over at you two dwarves, Torgan and Sven. He's like, kind of like you. And anyway, he sort of sells slightly used goods that people find. This is kind of what I do for a living, and what I was doing before I was captured anyway. You sort of scavenge the northern waste, you bring them back, he buys them from you, and when people need something, he sells it to them at a reasonable price. He's a little bit, well, he's cheap, so he likes to bargain. So if you don't mind a little bit of bargaining back and forth, this is a great place to go. He continues walking down, and you see this mosaic all along the floor of just all sorts of different stones. And it's just this incredibly beautiful walkway through all these sort of makeshift shanty homes and everything. It's like, this right here is the mosaic. And so spiraling through Heart's Hollow is this mosaic, a sloped pathway lined with colorful stones. Each person who visits, he tells you, the village is invited to add a stone to the path, symbolizing the beautiful mark that you leave on this original community. And he's like, I encourage you, the stones that you had picked up earlier, to please find a location and just place them down here, and you will forever be a part of Heart's Hollow, and you will always have a place here. You do get a genuine sense of peace and safety here. Everyone is inside for the most part, but when people are walking around, they nod their head or they wave or, say good afternoon or good day to you. So everyone is friendly. No one's overtly hostile, and it is a multicultural community. And so it's, very, very welcoming. And anyway, he continues to sort of drag you around this spiral space here, and he gets over to here and he points off to this direction. And he's like, that's what we call the fort. So one of the most important things about the aspects of Hearts Hollow is that people don't know about it, and we like to keep it that way. So if anyone does, try to come here and invade or try to take over, well, we let them, give them a swift what for, and that's what the fort is for. This is where, we maintain a communal warehouse and armory. So if any danger does arrive, then locals can come here, arm up, and deal with it. I mean, we've never really had to deal with that yet, but we figured, the mayor thought it would be a good idea to, try and protect this gem. And I hope you get a chance to meet her. She is something else, I'll tell you what. So as it continues moving around this outer reach, you guys have been here now for almost a half an hour to an hour at this point, just walking and, people stopping and saying hi to Roan and him, saying hi to them and introducing you to random community members and stuff. You get down here to the bottom part and there's this post right here. And he says, this is Breakwater Landing. And it's basically like the town square, and it's like a bartering place. There's this slate column, and he sort of presents in front of him. It's marked with chalk, and it basically serves as a communal message board. If you need something, or if you've seen something, or if there's an odd job or a task, people come here and mark it up, and you can pretty much pick up any job here you want if, you decide to live here or something. Right over here, suspended by all these cables, right over this massive chasm that's at the heart of Hearts Hollow, is the Salt Lick. Now, I know, silly name. It's a wildly popular tavern, and there's something to be said about being a little tipsy and staring down into the opening abyss. It's a little unnerving, but it's kind of exciting as well. But anyway, our mayor, Ness, she almost is always found here. We actually refer to it as like the mayor's office because she's almost always there. But, there's a great place to find odd jobs and ends if you don't, find anything you need at the message board. This is where all the ne'er-do-wells and the passerbys, share their stories of adventure and such. And he continues moving around here before he gives you a chance to stop at all. And he sort of points down to this point that's sort of jutting out in the middle of the opening expanse. It's like, that is Lavender's. Now, Lavender Jaws is a human mage, a really old guy. He's kind of quirky. He's nice. He's harmless, but he specializes in casting helpful cantrips, and he brews potions. And if you got a stomach ache, he can help you out. And I'm sure he does greater things, but we don't really have the need here because, again, mum's the word. But that's kind of Hearts Hollow in a nutshell. Did you guys want to go hang out at the tavern while I go grab my money and I can pay you for taking me?
Okay, sounds good.
Have him pay in pearls.
In pearls? He's like, I don't...
Well, that's what I was actually thinking. Even if we get gold, this could be a place to look for pearls.
Does he have anybody that can help with the items that we... See if he can help us... What type of items they are?
He doesn't really understand the concept of like magic items and identifying or anything like that. But he's like, look, if you need to talk to a mage about something, then Lavender's Jaws is the guy to talk to. His place is right here.
Yeah, that's maybe when we have a minute, let's walk on over there and see if he can help us identify some of those items.
He's like, if you guys are going to do that, then I'll just run and grab my money and I'll meet you over at the tavern then. Over the Salt Lick.
Tavern it is.
All right.
Yeah, my character's getting a sense of peace here, and it's like, maybe this is somewhere I could return to when all this madness is finished.
Yeah.
Maybe Reorx should show me this for a reason.
Yeah, it's like Torgan. Do we go have to pay a visit to the wizard?
Sounds good.
Are you
I'm
off to
probably
see the
already
wizard?
walking that way.
We're off to see
Take
you.
our new companion with us.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
This is the type of wizard that has his components when he wants to cast a spell.
So as you approach, you see this raven sort of pecking at the sign that's sort of canted a little bit and is just sort of swinging with the rain and the wind. As you guys get closer to the center of this vast chasm, the wind seems to be picking up a little bit, and it's actually sort of pulling you down. You ever hear that, or maybe you experience this if you're standing at a cliff's edge or at like an edge of water or something that's like far below you, you get this urge to jump. Some people experience this. You're getting that vibe of being pushed.
It's almost like a form of vertigo.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like this sort of overwhelming sense of massive space of nothingness, and just watching the rain fall down it with the wind pushing at your back. You're just like, oh gosh, like holding on to edges and stuff. But anyway, this raven's sort of picking at the swinging sign that says Lavender's Lavish. I should have thought of something better. I don't know. Items, I guess. And anyway, as you sort of open the door, the raven caws out really loud and like sort of as if it's intelligently watching you and acting as like a doorbell, alerting anyone inside of your presence. You walk in and it's completely dim. There are candles, but they're running down to nubs, spaced randomly throughout this massive cacophony of items. It looks like a hoarder who owns this place. Now, you, Astrid, as you walk in, you recognize these walls of components for spells and materials and stuff. Everyone else, just like these pungent aromas are sort of attacking your senses. It's sort of disgusting. What looks clearly like bat shit is like piled up in one shelf. Ooh. I mean, just all sorts of strange things. Like it looks like there's spider webs. They're just everywhere around the ceilings, as if he's cultivating them. It's really nasty. But as soon as you get in, you just hear this. Close the door! Close the door! And this old man that looked like a pile of rags before you walked through the door comes shuffling by. He's not even a full beard; it's like little wisps of like long whiskers, wrinkly, toothless mouth. Comes by and like looks up at each of you. He almost seems like he's even looking up at the dwarves, even though he's actively taller than you. It's just this weird experience meeting him. He's sort of like hunched over, like grabbing like shelves and counter spaces in order to sort of help propel him forward as he shuffles in this mound-like way of closing the door and like turns around and looking at you. What do y'all want here, huh?
I heard there was a wizard. I was interested in perhaps discussing.
I'm a renegade. I am not a wizard. I don't believe in fraternities. Fraternities are things that paddle your bottom. They make you do embarrassing things. Not for me. It's not really worth it anyway. What can I get for yous?
We were looking for a pearl for the identify, or perhaps you can identify things yourself.
What do you have? What do you got? What do you need? Show it. Show it. Give me your goods. Put it on the table. He like sweeps his hand and clears like a bunch of cobwebs and dust and papers and stuff off the tabletop. So it's just this sort of still clearly dirty table space that you can put stuff down on. Do you guys have anything specific you're putting down?
What was it you wanted to do, Sven? Was he frozen?
Oh no. Sven!
Oh, Sven.
Come back!
Is Sven dead?
We lost Sven.
No, his chin's moving?
No, Sven, you're there. Can you not hear us?
Yeah, I can. Sorry, I didn't hear what you were saying. Sorry.
Yeah, the magical item you wanted to be identified, you have it, don't you?
I thought you had him because I was reading. Oh boy.
What about? I can't remember.
Items that we got that we needed identified, or am I way behind?
I know Arjun had a whole bunch of them on him. I
was assuming that we would have that with us, or am I wrong?
This is why you guys need to write stuff down. I don't know what you guys have on your persons or who took what. This is why it's important for you guys to write this stuff down. I do know that you had that axe that was once cursed and is no longer cursed. Torgan.
Oh, I have the what was that? The chainmail or something?
Yeah, you had like a set of chain armor. It wasn't even like it was like a shirt, a chain shirt.
Yeah, it was like a chainmail shirt, wasn't it?
All right, so let me look at those really quick, and I can pull.
Yeah, so that's what I'll do. I'll put out that chainmail shirt. I'll set it on the table.
Like, wow, you need me to look and tell you what these things do? You don't have eyes, I see. That's the problem, right? You don't have eyes to see what it does?
Well, I did perform a remove curse spell on this, so it's not quite a normal item.
Really? There's like some audio that sounds like fly or something.
Is there a fan blowing up the mic?
Yeah.
Was that me or?
I don't know, maybe. He's like, look, she has eyes to see. I know she's quite capable. I mean, she's got gorgeous eyes. I mean, young lady, if I was 70 years younger, I could give you a roll in the hay, if you know what I mean. It would be a good time. But anyway, it's going to cost you. You guys got some money?
Got some party loot.
Does anyone have it written down anywhere?
Didn't he share that online for us? The notes that's in the Roll20.
Yeah.
Look in the
The one
Roll20
that-
forum.
That's
Let me find it.
Next is the one that keeps the money.
He's like, look, it's going to cost you 200 gold per me casting a spell. It's going to take me some time. I don't have this stuff in the middle of my mind at the moment. You leave it here with me. You come back, say 2 days. I'll have whatever you need identified. But it's going to take a little bit of time, and it's going to be like 200 gold pieces each item.
Do you have a pearl?
Is it a bit
In
much?
stock?
2 days, really? 2 days?
I'm not a magic... Okay, I'm a magic user, but I'm not a magic... I mean, I am magic. I just can't do things... It takes time, Sonny. I gotta rememorize. There's particular intonations, and I gotta move my hands in specific ways. The arthritis. It's not as easy as you might think.
That seems longer
You know
than it
what?
should.
I will-
You sure you know what you're doing?
I think I just left the
Pearl
shirt
might
back
be a
on
better option.
Yeah.
I think we'll look into this. It's not massively important right now. I'm not planning to use
I
it
think the
until it
pearl
arrives.
would be a better option since it's
If-
cheaper and faster.
If we get a pearl, I can do this in 20 minutes, and we don't have to trust a renegade with our important things.
This is
Are you
true.
saying that out loud?
Maybe
Oh yeah, or yeah.
I tell you what,
mean,
we'll go
to
to
the
the
group.
Trust a renegade? Who can you trust? You gonna trust those people in their lofty towers? They can't trust anyone. They keep all their secrets locked up behind curtains. I'm an open book. What you see is what you get. Look, I gotta cost the component. That's a pearl. That's 100 gold pieces. You want me to cast a spell on your behalf? It's gonna cost you about 100 gold pieces each spell. So that's 200 gold pieces. I'm not trying to take you. Now, I will tell you this, if you're open to bargaining, young lady, you want to have dinner with me and maybe I can lower the price of my fee, but the pearl is still going to cost you.
So, I did find Curtis's link, but I don't think it's updated. So it looks like last time it was updated was in February.
Oh, man.
Oh.
Tell you what, we'll go to the tavern and we'll mull things over.
You come back when you're ready. I'm here. I'm always here. You know, anytime you need me, you just let me know. But, you know, the dinner's always open for you. You know, if you want to... I mean, it's just good company. I'm not going to make a move. It doesn't really work anymore at this age, you know? I mean, it's really a biological thing at this point. But I haven't had dinner with a beautiful young lady in a very long time. I feel like we could have a good conversation. You know, maybe relate in generational ways. You know?
I'm not sure that we'd have
Go on,
much.
Astrid, take one for the team. We'll have a shot ready for you to wash down the tea.
Okay, what are you guys going to do?
Oh, jeez. Sure you don't want to
We'll
take...
be waiting for you.
It's just dinner.
That's what they all say. It's just one blind.
I'm just extraordinarily put off.
I don't fault you at all.
I'm gonna have to reject his invitation for dinner.
Maybe another time.
Maybe
then.
just sort of nudge. Maybe not reject. Postpone. nudge.
Sure.
He's like, I'm the one that would have to do it, man. Not you.
No, but it's like give him a wee bit of false hope while we just extract ourselves to the tavern.
Right.
Sure.
I look a lot better when you've been in the Northern Waste a lot longer. So yeah, I got time.
Desert Queen.
Um,
Right. We'll thank him and then we'll go to the tavern.
Okay. So you walk into the tavern, and it's your stereotypical tavern. There's fewer people than you would see at a normal tavern because, again, this is sort of a hidden location and everything. But it does look like there's different tables full of people just sort of conversing secretly amongst themselves. And you see Roan sitting at a bar table at the back end with another woman, and he's like sort of waving you down as you walk in.
We will head over to Roan.
Sorry, I'm just looking at my notes here. So as soon as you get over to Roan, he's like, please have a seat. This is, ostensibly, this is the mayor, Ness. Ness, I would like to introduce you to the people that saved my lily white tuchus. Thank you all again. I really do appreciate it. He sort of slides 3 rather large bags over toward you. He's like, I hope you're okay taking it in appraised gems. You can appraise them on your own, but I promise it's all worth 1,000 gold pieces. And if you look in it, it looks like gems. It's...
Yeah, we'll just put them in pouches for the moment.
So
we'll plan what we're going to do.
The mayor stands up. She has this gorgeous brunette hair that's naturally curly, and she has these really dark eyes, almost like not quite like a full bronze, but like a light bronze tinting, almost like a sandy brown or something. She doesn't really have any lines on her face, but she looks like she's older than she physically looks. Like you just get that vibe from her mannerisms, her natural sort of aura, as it were. She stands up and she puts her hand out. It's very lovely to meet each of you. What is your name? And she puts her hand out to you, Astrid.
Astrid. Reach my hand out to.
She puts her hand on the top. She's shaking your hand with one, puts her other hand on top of your hand. She sort of stares deep into your eyes for a minute. It is very, very nice to meet you, Astrid. Welcome to Heart's Hollow. And she moves over to you, Torgan. And what is your name, Master Dwarf?
I am Torgan Brawnanvil.
She's like, I see you, a devotee of the god Reorx.
I am a follower of Reorx and spreader of his word. Thank you for noticing.
It is very welcome to meet you. She puts her hand out, and she puts her hand on top of yours as well. She's like, I happen to know for a fact that the gods have always been with us, and it is so wonderful to see that someone else knows this too. Welcome. She looks over at you, Fynn, next. Young man, what is your name?
Young. Not exactly young.
Sorry, it was Fynn, not Sven.
Oh.
I'm just going down the head roster here. So Fynn?
That are young.
Nope. Name's Fynn Berkel.
Yes, and you look like a man of the wilderness. I'm sorry, that could come off rude, and that's not what I meant. Just that you're a man of the world, as it were. It's nice to meet you. And she looks down at you, Sven.
I do prefer spending my time in nature than society.
Well, we are, I believe, a wonderful amalgamation of both here. And you, Master Dwarf, she's looking down at you, Sven. You look like you've seen your fair share of battle. I hope you'll take a seat and take a load off. Enjoy a little bit of peace while you're here. What's your name?
My name's Fynn.
Sven. It's very good to see you. Thank you so much.
Enjoy battle.
Whoa, what is that?
5. Great.
There's some super loud something going on.
Sorry. It might be on my end. I know my mic sometimes. I'm just gonna
Oh, gotcha. Okay, so she basically just sits down after, meeting all of you, and Roan, of course, handed over the money. He's like, well, I really do appreciate you all, bringing me here and helping me out. This Mikasa Sukasa, you're always welcome here. This is a safe place. You can stay here for a week if you want, and no one's going to bother you none. I would really appreciate it if you didn't tell the military about this. We haven't had a war or any sort of Dragon Army presence here, and I know that once that mass of resistance forces comes here, the Dragon Army is going to find them, and we'd prefer just to keep it a secret little oasis, if you know what I mean.
I have no problem with that. Unless circumstances
Don't
change,
worry.
obviously don't say that bit out loud, but I'm just like, of course, we
There's
will
no reason
respect you.
for us.
Very good. So, ultimately, you guys are, free to get food and drinks, take a load off. I mean, you feel at ease here, like surprisingly at ease. And this is the first time you've actually felt genuinely safe, even when you were, compared to being with the military force that you came here with. I mean, there's literally no conflict or anticipation of conflict. Everyone here is just living their regular day-to-day lives, and it just seems like a really nice, happy place, even though the weather is, sort of, inclement. It's not the best, but everyone's happy
Kind
still.
of protected from the war, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
So are they sitting at the table with us, or have they moved on?
No,
do
she's
we
sitting
go
at the
grab our
table
own
with you. Roan is kind of, looking off as if he wants to leave, but he's trying to be polite. And the mayor, Nez, is sort of leaning in, waiting to see if you guys say anything to her or anything.
Yeah, well, Rowan, obviously, I'm aware you're a busy man. Please don't let us keep you. We'll accept your gracious offer. We'll rest up for a moment, but we'll obviously need to get back. But I'm sure you understand events are overtaking us all.
Absolutely. I really do appreciate it. He stands up. He's like, well, it's been an honest pleasure. If I find anything of interest, feel free to come back here and, maybe we can make a deal, or, I'm really good at, if it wasn't for the Dragon Army, I'd still be out there acquiring items. You would be stunned at what you can find here in the Northern Wastes. I mean, some really valuable stuff. So,
Well, we've found plenty so far. Some of it not to our liking, but
yeah.
The Waste is not really an apt name, I think, now. Having been here.
So Ness, as Roan gets up to walk away, she's ordered some drinks, and they're brought around. It's all like house ale, and as far as like for the dwarves, this is water. For everyone else, this is decent ale. And she just starts prying you with some friendly questions. What brings you to the Northern Wastes?
For me
Well,
personally, it's trying to get the peace and quiet back up and running.
Back up and running. So there's something that stopped the peace and quiet for you?
Yes, it is very loud and disturbing nature.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. What is loud and disturbing?
the Dragon Army
It is the
that's ruling the
war.
place.
It's the war that's going on out there.
I'm sorry, the Dragon Army? Roan mentioned he was abducted by some men that he referred to as the Dragon Army, but I don't know of any dragons.
It's
Well, be
these
thankful for that.
lizard-like. It's these lizard-like people that come in all shapes and varieties. Magic users, basic grunts. There's some that when you kill them, they turn to stone and release this noxious gas that paralyzes you temporarily. There's a wide variety of them, but they're all underneath, if memory serves me right, the Dragon Queen's army.
I'm sorry, did you say the Dragon Queen?
That's what they're saying they're under.
She looks at you, Torgan. The Takhisis, the Queen of Darkness?
Her name has been invoked quite a few times in our travels.
You see like a almost a shadow pass over her face as she is genuinely shocked by this news. She's like, I've heard rumors about soldiers in the waste, but war commanders and militiamen is not uncommon. But to have a unified force under the old god of Takhisis, that's a genuine problem.
We are aware, and it's one we're trying to solve. So far, we've not done very well. We always feel like we're at the end of our rope. It's actually refreshing to be here just for a brief moment of respite. It has been hard going, but none of us will give up. Reorx will guide us.
I can understand that. It must be difficult. Well, as long as you don't bring the war here, you're always welcome back. It looks like you've got some interested eyes upon you right now. And she sort of nods over to a table off in the corner, and just one of those groups of guys that were just sort of talking amongst themselves have been sort of staring, at this table that you guys are all sitting at. And as soon as she nods her head over to them and you all look over, they all sort of like go back to their drinks, sort of like conversing amongst themselves.
Well, I suppose if you live in an isolated community, strangers can be quite discerning. It's understandable. As long as there's no hostility, I'm good.
Yeah. Does someone have a fly like buzzing around their microphone?
Probably me. I've got a lot of them in the house right now.
It's so funny.
Yeah,
It's like,
I do have a fan going on in my room.
Summer when we
It
had
might
the
be
door.
me.
it's everyone then. Yeah, I mean, it's summer. What are you going to do? It happens. Okay, so I just want to make sure it's not like what is that called? Like The Conjuring or like Amityville Horror or something. It's the devil. All right, so
I was like in 1952's The Fly, and he's got a human head going, help me, help me.
Oh man. All right, so she stands up. I think I'm gonna have to take my leave. I have some other duties. I need to go check around the town, make sure everything's going well. Again, you're always welcome back, and thank you very much for everything that you're doing. If there is anything you genuinely need, feel free to come back and ask. We have a post out these doors that, maybe some of these other mercenaries that pass through here, they could help, or I don't know, possibly it's something if we have to defend ourselves, you could give us a heads up. We would appreciate
absolutely. Our friends and I need to discuss about some items we wish to acquire to help us in our quest. Maybe if you could, once we talk amongst ourselves and decide what we actually need, maybe you could smooth the waters to getting us a fair deal.
Certainly. I don't think you'll ever be taken advantage of here. Most people are quite fair. I mean, to be honest, they do barter a fair bit, and if you're not adept at bartering yourself, you might find yourself on a losing end, but you'll still find it's not much more than you'll get anywhere else.
Yeah, at the end of the day, we're not here for personal gain. We have a mission at the end of the day. We're just, like I said, we need to just draw up a plan here before we head back, and if you could help us, it'd be much appreciated.
Absolutely. Well, I'll tell you this. Dinner is on the house. I'll make sure to take care of it for you. Sit down, enjoy yourselves. Don't worry about all the troubles in the greater world at large, because as long as you're here, they're not real. I like to think that anyway. It brings a little comfort. Have a wonderful afternoon, everyone. And she gets up and walks away. She walks over the bartender and says something to her, and she looks over and nods her head and goes into the back, and she exits the front door. So you're all sitting here. You got your drinks. You are clearly the talk of the tavern because everyone's sort of like whispering and talking about you and doing their best not to point or anything, but they're definitely like, ooh, new people. What's going on? Type vibe.
Right.
A couple minutes later, the barmaid brings out some plates. It's like meat and potatoes, basically.
Well, after field rations, that works.
Yeah.
For so long. Right. Sort of, slightly tap the pouch. With regards to this payment, do we want to use it to acquire as many pearls as possible? Maybe keep 100 gold for each person for our own personal expenses if needs be, and use the rest. What do you think?
think I should, unless I'm mistaken, I should only need the one because the pearl isn't consumed, right?
Yeah, but this is for we've had a few situations. Sometimes I only need pearls as well. What I'm saying is, if this is a place where we can actually barter and get maybe 6, that wizard said 100 gold pieces for a pearl. Maybe we can get a better deal. So if we can maybe get 7 or 8 pearls, keep 100 gold worth for each. Divvy out 100 gold each. The rest we try and buy as many pearls as possible. Maybe even for 7 or 8 for
Astrid's
future.
a wizard. Like, she can cast that spell. So if she has a pearl, then that's all she needs. She could just do it herself.
Yeah, but there's some. That's what I mean. What do you mean cast a spell? Oh, to create more?
All she needs is a pearl. So
Yes, that's for this time.
right.
For identify.
But for example, what was it I used? The
That was like a diamond worth like 600 gold or something like that for your resurrection spell.
So that's what I'm thinking. Can we buy? These are gems. We need some more of the brown eyes. Just don't fancy flashing the cash, if that makes sense.
Right.
What I want to do is examine the gems. What would be useful for spell casting? So what I'm saying is, out of this 1,000 gold, we'll take 100 each just for ourselves, but the rest we try to buy useful gems, pearls for spell casting.
Right.
I want to know what everyone
I don't
thinks
know
about
what
it.
components you guys need for your different spells that you're thinking about using. So that's something that you guys are going to have to determine on your own. But you can definitely find up to the $1,000. He didn't skimp on you at all. Each of these gems totals to 1,000 gold pieces. So if you need a pearl worth 100, you can, shave off that 100 from these gems to pick up that pearl. If you need to get like a diamond worth 700, that's easily done. Just make sure that you make a note on your guys' character sheet, whoever's managing this 1,000 gold piece total, to delineate these differences. But again, it's your components, so you guys are going to have to tell me. I don't know what those are. But in this town, you can pick up that stuff without markup.
I should only need the pearl. That's
The one?
all I need according to.
So if you guys want to mark off 100 from that total for the pearl, then she can pick that up. And then if you need gems, out of that 900
Yeah, that's what I'm
left,
trying to look.
it would be like 1.
Thank you.
All right, so while
Right, so it was Revivify. Diamonds worth 300 gold pieces, which the spell consumes. So, just in case it happens, for Revivify, because if anyone gets actually killed, I can bring them back.
Yeah. So you want to get, if you get 3 of those, that's all the rest of the money.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. That's what I want consensus on here. Should I at least get 1 to have as a backup? Or can we push to 2?
What do you guys
what
think?
does everybody else need?
So if we get 1 diamond worth of 300 gold pieces, if we do what you said and give everyone 100, then that would leave 600, and since the diamond's 300, we'd have 300 remaining. So we use that 300 for pearls for identify.
Okay, so we'll get 1 diamond. I'll keep that in my pouch in case that ever arises. The 3
Actually,
pearls.
what we
Can
could
we
do-
maybe? That's what I was wondering. Yes, might be
We only
useful.
need 1 pearl for identify.
Yeah, but we might need to do it again.
No, it doesn't consume the pearl. Once I have 1 pearl, I can cast it again and again.
Oh, right. Okay, so you can just keep that like a round your
Yeah,
neck or something?
Yeah, I'd keep it in my pouch.
Oh, sorry. Apologies. It's my spell that consumes. Right, so 1 pearl. What do we do? We'll keep the rest. If I get 1 diamond, we'll get 1 pearl. That leaves
300 left, but what we could do is either get health potions just in case we're in another life or death situation like what we were in, or we could get more supplies for a longer embarkment or longer travels outward, so we don't have to return as often, and we can just go from location to location, or we could just save it.
Maybe save it for next time. Does anybody else have anything they desperately need?
No. Not on my end.
No?
No.
Okay,
So right, we'll go for 1 diamond, 1 pearl, keep the 200. Sven or Fynn, you want to be custodian of the the 200. Kitty,
How much do the diamonds cost?
300.
300?
Yep.
So if we diamond and a pearl would only cost us 400, that's 600 left. And
No,
then,
but we're all taking 100 each for ourselves.
oh, you're all taking 100? How many?
Yeah.
There's 4 of us?
That leave 200.
Oh, that
left.
does leave 2. Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I
Fynn or
missed on the
Sven,
map.
if you want to keep the 200 then, for in case something comes up in the future.
Sven, are you there?
Who is it?
Sorry, I didn't quite hear that.
Do you want to keep the 200 overflow group money?
I can. I could just put it in the group loot.
Okay.
But yes.
All right.
Okay, that works.
So you see this older man. He looks like, maybe in another life he was a miner. He's sort of like toothless, ragged, sinewy muscles and stuff. He's sort of darkened skin. Kind of walk up to you with a drink in his hand. It looks like his arms are shaking a little bit. I don't know if it's palsy or just age. But he's like, you're new to the village, huh? What are you doing here?
Oh, we were just helping Rowan back. He needed a bit of an escort, so we helped him out.
So you guys are escorts then? You just follow people around and make sure they're safe? You're like guards or something?
Well, he was put in this
Kind of.
situation that came under our radar, so it only seemed right to help him out. Not something we do full time.
I couldn't help but notice you're talking about money, and you had a couple bags of money. I happen to know where there could be some more money if you're interested.
Can I insight him?
Let's
Yeah.
hear.
Yeah, give me an insight roll.
19.
He seems genuine.
Really? How much money?
Where might this money come from?
Well,
And what is the task?
he looks over and he sort of like scoots in where the mayor was sitting. Me and my friends over there, we heard tale of a Bluemaw cave. Supposed to be an old dragon's den. And there's rumors that there's dragon hoards worth of money, if you know what I mean. Anyway, we're not quite the adventuring types anymore. Old age setting in and gravity in some cases. Either way, if you're interested, maybe you give me, say, a 10% finder's fee for telling you, and I can direct you to this old dragon's den. What do you say, boys?
That's definitely fine. We could do that.
All right, Astrid, Sven, are you guys okay with that too?
I am.
Sounds interesting.
All right.
That's good.
We're at an hour 38. Usually at 2 hours we do a break. So you guys okay to keep going for a minute?
Yeah.
Okay. So he's like, well, all right. He's like, boys, come on. They said they'd do it. They said they'd do it. And they're like a bunch of old timers like, woo! Like come scampering over. All right. And they're like crowding chairs around, like taking chairs from other tables to sort of seat themselves like nice and around you, like super close, like knees touching knees type proximity, like looking at each other. So you're adventurers, huh? I like adventurers. He's sort of like looking at you, Astrid. You look like the adventurous type.
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Only that, you like doing new things.
I suppose.
Well, and the other one's like, stop it! Stop! You can't even get it up. Stop bothering her. All right, now what I was saying was Bluemaw Cave. Now look. I'm gonna need my glasses. This is killing me. Talk about old age. The truth is there's a clan of dwarves, which is why I thought of it. You know, the two of you dwarves. I don't really know much about clans. I assume y'all know each other.
Well, that could be said about humans. If you look at Jews, and we could say the same thing. I think
We
we're
do all know each
complicated than
other.
that. Actually, that's a very fair point, considering where we are.
Well,
And I'll be honest, I envy that. I'm glad that you do, and a sense camaraderie here. You know, Reorx light does shine upon you, which I greatly
Hey, Scott,
appreciate.
Michael, what did we sign up for? What do you need us?
like I appreciate your divine. I don't know what you call it. I like it. Any good juju's my juju, my flavor of juju, whatever juju you like. Like, shut up and get to it. Stop babbling. I'm getting to it.
sort of
All right. Anyway,
Put on the jerkin and have a little bit of scroll. Well, if you do like this type of juju, here's some text from our god. You know, maybe take a moment, have a read. You know, and let Reorx in. He can guide you to some wonderful places.
So, maybe another time with the religious mumbo jumbo. But back to this Bluemaw Cave. Now listen. Listen very carefully. Now, there are some dwarves, friendly enough sort. They're not aggressive or angry or anything like us. We're very accommodating folk. But there's been some threats to the Bluemaw Cave that, they can't really deal with themselves, and word spread in these northern wastes. You travel around this area long enough, you get to know people. I know these things, so you can trust me. Anyway, there's some problems that hasn't been dealt with that they need some help being dealt with, and I figured if you're, bold enough adventures to be bringing young Road back home, you bumping elbows with the mayor, perhaps you'd go help these dwarves too. Again, like I said, any money you make on the endeavor, finder's fee, I'm telling you, you give me a nice fair 10%, and we should be good. But you should make out, you look like you're quite capable of doing, well, really anything. He sort of like moves as if he was going to like grab Sven, your bicep, and then sort of thinks better of it. And he's like, well, you look strong, strapping. I think you can take it. Anyway, you got a map?
Yeah, produce a map. You're in.
All right. So he marks down on your map. Down south. Now this is, like 1, 2, 3.5 days from where you are right now to get there. But that's Bluemaw Cave right down there. And I tell you what, it's an old dragon's den. There must be something in there. There must be something that those things that giving those dwarves such a headache. There must be a reason. I think it's gold in them hills. Anyway, again, I'm a little too old to do this myself, or I wouldn't even bother you with it.
What happened to the dragon that lived there?
Oh, dragons aren't real. They're myths. I'm just saying dragon because that's what the locals say. It's not real. Dragons aren't a thing. Look, it's probably some dragonels, or it could be just some old fuddy-duddy that just likes to collect shiny things, and, he just old and died, and some other people. Who knows? Who knows? But you don't need to worry about that. You look like powerful adventurers.
Okay.
All right. So what do you do? What do you say? What's up?
Okay, I guess we can go and take a look.
Okay. So just to reiterate,
If
you came from Walk and Rest to Heart's Hollow. Dalamar,
Yeah.
when you were at Walk and Rest, said he needed 24 hours It took you 3 days to get to Heart's Hollow. It's going to take you 3 days to get to Bluemaw. If you're going to honor the agreement, then it's going to take you 3 days to get back to give them, if you get anything, 10% of what you find, if you honor it. And then it'll take you 3 days to get back to Walkenreth if you're hitting it up like that.
Yep. Well, obviously, we can't seem to get a minute to talk amongst ourselves. Everyone's sticking their beaks in.
That's 12 days.
And we don't want to divulge the plot. So out of game, we want to talk together as a group. As in, could this be what the Dragon Army's looking for? Is there, get on the far gab, talk to the camp, but without prying eyes.
Okay.
As much as these people seem innocent, there's a lot of loose lips.
Yeah.
And big ears.
Yeah. Okay. So they, sort of hands up, let you know that, if you decide to do it, by all means. If not, I understand. Have a wonderful evening. Didn't mean to disturb your meal. Enjoy, ma'am. And they sort of go to their own table. So you're alone.
Right.
So the far gab, it's only a 10-foot radius of sound. So if you're out of the 10-foot range, you can't actually hear what's coming through on your end, what someone's saying to you. So you can pretty easily find your own little space, and if you want to call back to the army, the military, you can.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. Obviously not in the middle of the tavern, but Fynn can step outside.
Yeah, it's down, pouring still.
I could get started on identifying those items if it takes me 20 minutes.
Where are you going to do that?
I suppose I could probably just do that in the tavern, right? Or should I do it somewhere else?
A huge magical ritual in the middle of a tavern would be kind of weird.
Yeah, probably not. Yeah, it probably would be a little. Yeah.
Do we need lodgings, temporary lodgings for a day, or somewhere to
you can find them if you want,
or maybe not lodgings, but even something like a shed or a barn to prepare ourselves.
You'd probably be better with lodgings than like jumping in someone's shed or barn. You can get a room.
The plan wasn't to stay here overnight. No, the plan was to actually. What sort of time of day is it?
But it's going to take him time to cast a spell, relearn it, cast it again. I mean, he has to do a long rest in order to relearn a spell.
Right. So basically, we're here for the day and the night.
Yeah.
The next day, yeah.
Depending on what you guys want to identify, yeah.
Right. Well, what do you think, guys? Will we get lodgings in? Because we've nowhere to talk or actually plan out, because everyone seems to be jumping and getting excited by the looks of us. Maybe we need to withdraw so we can figure out what we're doing.
Sven, you had called out. What's up?
It's Fynn longs for battle. So I'm trying to just stay competent here. At the same time, I'm drinking beers.
Yeah.
But it's basically the equivalent of the world. We're drinking American beers, Nothing much happens.
Yeah, this is not dwarven spirits you guys are drinking.
This isn't proper ales. It's
a fortified drink.
So.
Okay, what do you think? Lodgings? So we have...
Do we need lodging, or is there something we need to do to prepare before we head out?
If you're going
Astrid
to have
needs to perform a ritual.
Yeah, if she's going to be identifying items, it's going to take time, and so you're going to have somewhere for that.
So let me ask you this: just that I'm back here, but the last email there were some items I guess you guys had after the last bloody battle. So that's what I was thinking. Have those items have yet to be identified, or did we?
Well, the wand was taken by Janik.
Okay.
There was a cloak that was taken by her.
Does she still have those, or so she took them?
Yeah, they'd be on her person. Arjun pretty much maintained everything, all the items, and no one took anything from him before you guys left. So really, you would only have the stuff that's on you right now to identify. Okay. So you've got your axe, you have the chain shirt that Torgan has, and I don't know if there's anything else you guys have written down that you don't know of.
No, I didn't really take too much.
But the whole identifying process can be something you deal with once you get back to camp as well. It doesn't have to be done now.
That's true.
So, I mean, is there any value of identifying then at this point, other than Colin doesn't really know what that chainmail is?
Yeah, I'm not going to use it until I do, so it's not really. I'll just stay in the pack.
Would it be beneficial if we did though?
I can't say anything, man.
Me personally, I have no. I'm just saying what else the group.
I mean, since we're here,
or
we got the pearl, and so why don't we just go somewhere quiet? This can sound awkward. Go ahead and do your investigation or identify, and then we'll figure out what we have here, and then we can move forward with this group that we're going to go do something with. They seem shady, but we can head out and take care of business.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. If we get lodgings, seeing us late in the day, we'll get lodgings for the night with the aim of leaving in the morning. We'll get in touch with the camp, make them aware of the Blue Phoenix Shrine. Do they want us to investigate it or return?
Oh, you mean Bluemaw Cave?
Oh, Bluemaw Cave.
Right.
Sorry, Bluemaw Cave. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong thing. Right, so we'll make them aware of Bluemaw Cave, what's been happening, and we know the Dragon Armies out searching for something specific.
Yeah.
If they believe it's worth investigating, then we'll do it. If not, we'll head back to camp.
So you can easily secure, for like a gold for all of you total, a large enough communal room that you can easily spend the night if you want to do that. Once you reach back to camp, they're not interested in exploring an old dragon den, whether there's treasure there or not. They genuinely want to find out where this City of Lost Names is. And Dalamar has totally refused to say anything until everyone's back there. And so, they're just like not... This seems like a side quest to them, and they don't want to deal with the side quest. They want to deal with the primary concern of stopping the Dragon Army. So,
yep, it's understandable. That's
yeah.
We couldn't talk while we were in the tower because everyone was like jumping in. So we need to get offside.
Yeah. So if you guys do this, you're on your own to do it.
No, I think go back to the camp then. What does everyone else think?
It's not as if the cave will go anywhere.
Yeah. So.
I mean, it's literally the same distance from Walkenrath that it is from the Bluemaw. So there's the realities of this game right now because everyone's not here. You can't really progress to some of the greater, bigger deals, like the City of Lost Names. So if it is something that you want to go investigate, we can just deal with that because of the realities of the group not fully being here. It is up to you guys, though, how you want to deal with it. So if you want to head back, it's just 3 more days of travel back to Walkenrath. Is that what you want to do?
As long as it's not going to interfere with the overall mission, so...
It's not.
I mean, it can't because no one's here. Everyone's not here to do that,
Mm-hmm.
I just need a total, this is what we're going to do.
Yeah, I'm down.
We may as well, hey? If it's not gonna harm the game overall, we use a smaller group.
Okay.
Yeah, fair enough. That's why I said about contacting the camp, because did they need us back immediately?
No, they just said that they can't progress until you're back. So they're waiting.
I mean, if you think it's a genuine lead, we have reason to check it out. But
that's in the end, the Dragon Army's searching. If something comes up and interesting, they've been looking at it, we should too. And then that's the benefits of a small scouting party. We can move quicker. So the army isn't trying to move and investigate every little thing. That's the point of being a...
They do ask you about Roan's home. Is it somewhere that the military could go to and sort of bivouac outside of?
Say no, it's very unhospitable.
Okay.
It is hostile.
Just straight up lie to him. All right.
Never
Okay,
done that
so
before. Here, no, we're in a bad location. Over, clink a year.
Yeah.
Glass at the back.
I can't hear you. What's going on? What? I can't. Sorry. Okay, so in your journey for the first day, the wash remains high. It hasn't gone down yet. The rains have not abated at all. You actually have no encounters at all. The second day, the wash is remaining high as well.
I'm sorry. Were we gonna identified those before we left?
You guys need to tell me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If you want to, you can. I mean, it's
it's.
No
I mean,
harm, no foul.
Since we have
I thought the
time,
plan was to.
and at least we know what Thorgan's armor does.
Right, okay,
Yeah,
we'll
just-
do that, and I want to go buy some arrows from a crossbow bolt anyway.
some bolts. Okay.
Sorry, I just thought the plan was to do that and then head out
Yeah, I
the
think
next day
so.
or after it's done.
That's why I'm suggesting.
Speaking of arrows, I do need to go get me some because I'm down to 3 remaining.
So
You need to reload.
So while Astrid's performing the ritual, we'll get tooled up.
So I'm not going to role play buying equipment. So just go ahead and take care of that. As far as the items, what items specifically do you want identified?
yeah, whatever they give to me first.
Okay, so the chainmail shirt I've been carrying around with me.
Okay. So that is a mithril breastplate. It's a light, flexible material. It can be worn under normal clothes. If the armor normally imposes a disadvantage on dexterity or stealth checks, or has a strength requirement, the mithril version doesn't. So the armor consists of a fitted metal chest piece worn with supple leather. Although it leaves the legs and arms relatively unprotected, the armor provides good protection for the wearer's vital organs while leaving the wearer relatively unencumbered. So it has a stealth disadvantage. You would need to remove it if you didn't want to have to deal with that. But other than that, it's just a mithril breastplate that you can wear under your clothes. So it gives you the armor class of wearing a breastplate without having to deal with the encumbrance of a breastplate.
Okay.
And you can hide it.
Yeah. It's pretty dope, actually. You guys did find a long sword, but I don't think any of you 3 took it. I think it was probably Janik who took it, to be quite honest. And then, I mean, the Berserker Axe, you guys knew was a Berserker Axe. It was cursed. And outside of it being, once the curse was lifted, it's just a +1 battle axe. And that was it for those items. Ulrich took something that was like a sort of a leafy poncho-looking thing. But other than that, unless there's something else you guys know of.
That works now. It doesn't waste too much time anyway.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so.
Okay, so I'm picking up 10 arrows. No, they're bolts, aren't they? For a
Bolts,
crossbow?
crossbow
They're not
bolts.
arrows. Yeah, they're not arrows. They're bolts.
Is there how much would I know about dragons or?
As far as everyone is concerned, dragons are myth. There's been
Okay.
no dragon sightings for 1,000 years or more, and it's something that's told to kids to scare them. Lately, there have been dragonels, which are like very small versions of what a dragon may look like that you guys have seen, but it wasn't anything as imposing as, what in mythology says a dragon is. As far as those who are religious are concerned, the gods were believed to be myths as well for the past 400 years, basically. So, 350 years. So we clearly know the gods have returned. So it's kind of up to each individual character to decide whether or not, yeah, those are probably still myth or they're not.
Okay. Okay.
Any other questions or concerns before we move?
Think we're good?
Just
Think
checking
good.
my spells.
As long as you get your spell slots taken care of, your components, whatever we need, and it's off on the old road we go.
Is there a way I can fix my dice rolls?
No. You're
Shit.
doomed there, man. I'm sorry. Nothing helps with that.
Always worth checking. There might be a fix it button.
Just click the fix. Damn it. All right, let me see here. Okay, so are traveling for the first 2 days toward Bluemaw Cave, the wash remains high. On the third day, it lowers completely and just recedes back to the ocean, and it reveals a bunch of bones of like humanoids and beasts as you're traveling on this third day toward where this Bluemaw Cave is supposed to be. But as you know, further inspection, they're just regular bones and corpses, and you see like harmless spiders and stuff sort of scurry away as you sort of prod it with your weapons or with your boot to try to determine what exactly it is or anything. But there's nothing that really stands up to you guys or is offensive in any way as far as combat. You ultimately arrive at this location, and you're searching around for about an hour trying to figure out like exactly, you're walking through canyons, and so trying to find where this stinking cave is according to a map that this old timer gave you. You have no idea how accurate it is or whether he was just talking smack the whole time, and you're sort of going on faith at this point. And you think you notice something actually up in the middle of the canyon wall that's sort of deep and dark, that sort of goes within the actual wall itself. And the closer you get to it as you're sort of standing underneath it, it's about 25 feet above you. You see this massive cave opening in the cliff ahead. And out of the cliffs, like right outside of the mouth, you see enormous sapphire blue crystals lining this cave itself. And it's just sort of up there 25 feet above you guys.
So,
Do we have do we have equipment to climb up there? Do we need to?
You guys tell me, do you?
we do.
I certainly
quickly
don't. But at least I don't think so.
I could climb up there. It's acrobatics, right?
Yeah, I mean, any sort of dexterity check. If you got acrobatics, that would work fine.
I'm like okay at dexterity.
I'm gonna climb up there, and I rolled a 22.
Yeah, so you are like sort of climbing on the wall, and you just sort of like spider up it remarkably fast. It's got some really solid handholds and rocks out jutting, and the closer you get to it, you're seeing these massive sapphire blue crystals that allow great hand and footholds. And you're sort of standing at the mouth of this cave, and it just sort of goes in with this blue illumination coming out at you. What do you do? It's just you. I mean, up here.
It's just coming straight at me?
No, I'm saying there's blue light emanating from within, coming toward you. It's just blue light illuminating this entire area, and you're the only one up here at the mouth of this cave standing there.
I'm going to relay it down saying, there's a blue light in here, I'm going to go check it out, and I'm going to start heading in.
Okay.
Not going to lower the rope.
What a dick.
Oh, actually, yeah.
Yes.
He's like,
Okay,
treasure!
all right.
Woohoo!
It's a blue light, was it, dude?
Okay, I do have rope. I'm going to tie my rope. Do I see anything that I can tie my rope to?
I mean, you have those huge blue sapphire crystals everywhere.
I'm going to attempt pushing one to see how sturdy it is.
It doesn't budge.
Okay, I'm tying it.
Okay.
I'm tying my 50 foot of rope to it.
Okay. So everyone can use that rope to climb up if you like. You don't have to do any rolls with it.
Oh, sweet.
All right, so you're all standing at the mouth of this cave. You see that blue light illuminating from deeper within. What do you do?
Can I? I was gonna say, can I cast Dancing Lights, my cantrip, and send that ahead of us?
Yeah. Can you give me a description of what happens?
Let's see, up to 4 torch-sized. It says I can make a form of a vaguely glowing, a vaguely humanoid light. So I think I'm gonna go for just a vaguely humanoid sort of reddish light as I send that to move ahead of us.
Okay. You see it sort of blend in with the lightness, the sort of the dim light of the blue hue as it moves forward and sort of disappears into the distance.
I mean, aside from trying to light up a little bit, let's see, I think, yeah, because yeah, it only gives a 10-foot radius of light.
I'm gonna start heading down to where I could see and.
All right. So who all is moving forward? I just need to know.
Yeah, I'm gonna cast.
I'm gonna go forward as well.
Detect evil and good.
Okay. You detect some good amongst your group. There's no evil that you can find. What's the radius of that?
30 feet.
Yeah, you don't really detect any evil, as it were. You know, if there's aberration, celestial, elemental, fey, or fiend, or undead within 30 feet of you, you don't see anything. You don't detect anything like that.
Gotcha.
Sven, are you moving forward?
Yes, I am.
All right, so you're the last one, Torgan. Are you moving forward?
Yep.
I need everyone to
just
give
keep
me an
up.
intelligence investigation check, please.
Sorry, everyone, did you say?
Everyone.
Oh, come on. 9. Perfect time to roll a 3.
9, 10, 12. What'd you
17.
get? 17. So, Fynn, you're walking forward with everyone else, and the floor drops out from everyone. You grab onto a blue sphere and hold yourself up as everyone else plummets down to the ground 20 feet into a pit, and everyone takes 10 damage. It's just from bludgeoning against the walls. As you're getting closer to that 20-foot level, you see that there's actually spikes coming up from the bottom, and you take 10 more damage as you land on those spikes. And Fynn, you're just up there staring down at everyone else that fell.
Who took the damage?
So a total of 20 damage to everyone except for Fynn. So Sven
Half
took
my
it,
damage.
Torgan took it.
I'm gonna go grab my rope.
I just got held up again. Yeah.
I'm gonna go grab my rope and assist pulling them out.
That is so funny. All right, so you throw the rope down. You guys see this rope just sort of pile up on the ground below you, and Finn's just staring down at you.
Let's get all you out and patch you up.
So as you're all climbing out,
Was this a pony pit or something?
it was a pit trap, yeah.
Yeah, it's just a pit trap.
Yeah.
It's nothing else. It's not leading off anywhere.
Nope.
Right then.
Straight up pit trap. So as you guys are starting to pull yourselves off of the spikes that you fell onto, and you're sort of regrouping and shaking yourself loose, make sure you write down your damage. You start climbing up. Fynn, you hear this sort of throat clearing sound almost directly behind you as this very old lady comes stumbling in the cave from behind you. This is a female dwarf. She's wearing this patchwork knit clothing. She has these long white braids sort of wrapped all around her head, coming from where her hair normally comes from on her head. And her sort of eyes are squinty toward you. She's like, "You, what are you doing here?"
Wandering travelers?
I'm not sure I believe that at all. What are you doing? She's poking at you. What are you doing here?
Kind of saw a light and decided to check it out.
You what? What'd you say?
Saw something interesting, decided to go check it out, and now we're here.
Are you with the
What was that?
Dragon Army?
Absolutely
No,
not.
we were sent by.
We've been fighting them.
God, what was the guy? Did we get the guy's name?
No. You guys aren't much for asking follow-up questions. I'll just say that.
I'm terrible with names. Just know that. So I rely on the rest of the group to get names and stuff. You know me. But...
Right.
An old man in a tavern.
Really? And he sent you to my cave?
That is
Said you need
correct.
help.
Well, if you're not with the Dragon
about
Army, I am
Blue,
terribly sorry about this pit trap. It's really meant to stop all the other crazy creatures that are trying to take my cave. My name is Grasha Megan. It's nice to meet you. And she puts her hand out.
I'm going to shake it, and I'm now going to...
She like helps the other guys up out as they're sort of getting to the lip and climbing up, and she like brushes the dirt off. She's like, "Oh, you got a spike in your back. I'm terribly sorry about that. You know, we have to take precautions. I didn't know who you were, and I was just watching the whole time. I was surprised none of you looked around at all. You just walked right into my pit. Just right into it. I guess it works. Well, follow me. Come. And she walks right around. There's like this corner elbow bend of the mouth of the cave where all of this stalactites and all the sapphire gem structure is sort of hiding in another entrance that she sort of walks through on the side of it. And it's completely leads to a different side of the entire cliff face itself. And as she starts walking in there, she's like, "Oh, any of you put on a few pounds? Well, you look all pretty good. All right, you can squeeze in here. Come on, squeeze in. And it is genuinely a squeeze. You have to like sort of suck in your gut and get, all the humans have to like scrunch down really small and try to squeeze in this little cliff face, assuming you're all going with her.
We are.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
I'm
just following.
Okay. So you like squeeze in through these little cracks in the canyon walls that she's sort of leading you in. She doesn't seem threatening. She seems genuinely apologetic about you falling into her pit trap. And she doesn't seem hostile at all. She seems like a very nice young dwarf woman, very old dwarf woman. But as she walks in, she's like, my entire clan, we came here to this location after the damn Dragon Army captured some of our members, and quite frankly, we don't really know what to do about them other than hide from them. They come in with these flying beasts, these wasteland dragonels, and it seems armies are sort of marching on our northern wastes, and we're just trying to live our lives out here in the northern wastes as we always have. Anyway, please don't linger at the entrance back there. Move on forward. Let's keep moving. I don't want to draw any attention of any other foes that might be out there. They might see a blue light and want to come investigate, She sort of nudges you, Fynn. She says that. So she guides you to a relatively safe spot within this cave. And she's like, I apologize. This might be a little uncomfortable for some of you taller folk. But she's like, looks over at Torgan and Sven, like, I think you two will be quite welcome and quite comfortable here. This is the Megan clan. And almost on cue, you just see tons of dwarves start filing in. And she like starts rattling off names as they come in. She's like, Rika, Blem, Grap, Lop, Osk, Trop, and Eula back there. And this is Riga. This is my wife. And this even almost older woman comes up and gives a great hug to this female dwarf that introduced, brought you all into this cave. And Rika is just like speaking in Dwarven, so anyone who understands Dwarven can understand what she's saying, but if you don't, it's just a crazy different language. And she's just like, why'd you bring so many strangers into our home, Grasha? You know we can't trust the outsiders. They might be with the Dragon Army. And she's like, oh, pish, pish. They're definitely not with the Dragon Army. Look at them. Look at their faces. They look like fine young men and women. But they could be evil.
I roughly translate for
I can speak Dwarvish.
Okay.
I can as well.
Oh, so everyone knows. Okay.
That's easy.
Yeah.
I can assure you, we are not with the Dragon Army. We want to stop them surely as much as you do.
She walks up to you and sort of puts her old dwarf hand on your cheek, like, I believe you, my dear. I really do. Well, in that case, perhaps we should get some food and drink, and we should tell you about our problem. After all, you came barging into our home. Maybe you could help us.
Well, that's why we're here. But before we begin, it's been so long since I've been with so many of my own kind. Can we take a moment to give praise be and thanks to Reorx for this fortuitous gathering?
Their
And
sort
the
of
fact
eyes
you've
go
said it,
wide, like, absolutely. Yes! And just sort of a chorus of
Sweet.
raucous
I'm gonna
behind
hold the
everyone else.
sermon. I'm gonna hold the sermon.
Oh boy.
Let's
Right,
get
everyone, you
a
can
pub-
turn
let's-
off for the next hour and a half while he gives a sermon. And
I'll lead the faithful,
yeah. Okay.
breaking some stone bread and
Well, while you're doing that, let's take a break. Like in real life, we gotta take a leak. So on the other side of the break, we'll come back and we'll continue this, and we'll dive into Bluemaw Cave and see what the dwarves need help with. Is everyone okay with that?
Yeah.
Sounds great.
All right.
Great.
See you guys all in a second. Thank you so much for tuning in live. And we are back, everyone. Thank you so much for hanging in with us as we take our regular 2-hour break, or break within 2 hours. All right, so we are in with these dwarves, Grasha's Megan clan. She is quietly, everyone is listening to Torgan's sermon, ostensibly, about Reorx and the benefits of this dwarven god. And everyone's, very receptive. As soon as you're finished, Grasha stands up. I think we should probably tell you about our problem and, let you know what we're really looking for, quite frankly. Are you ready? It may not be as exciting as what you've faced thus far, I'll say, but it has been enough to keep us from home. The truth is since the Dragon Army started moving into the Northern Wastes, they've been sending small groups in different areas, and ours just happened to be one of them. It is rumored that this cave, Bluemaw Cave, was once a dragon's den, and, well, the draconians, as they call themselves, infiltrated our cave, and they've been ransacking any loot that they could find. And while we don't particularly care about anything that might be buried there, we would like our home, and we can't go there while the draconians are there. They've run us off over and over again. So I don't know if you've ever heard of draconians or if you've ever had experience dealing with them, but we'd really appreciate it if you could perchance go back into Bluemaw Cave. I'll lead you past the pit trap, of course, and deal with them for us. Anything you find, you could keep, and, maybe you could just get rid of them. If you just shoo them away, that would be okay. Or maybe if you just murdered the bastards, that would be okay too. Whatever method you prefer. What do you think?
Sounds good to me.
Sounds
good.
You guys getting your feedback here.
Is there, how many of them?
Well, as far as we know, there was only a handful of them, under 12 possibly. I don't know. I can't imagine them being over 20. We've only really seen like 5 or 6 at a time, but they all look the same. I know that sounds racist, but quite frankly, they do look all the same. I mean, they're all scales. I can't differentiate between the two. So perhaps it's one that we just see over and over again, or, maybe there's more.
Perfectly understandable.
Rika looks up. So you all do seem very reserved. Is this something that you've dealt with in the past, draconians?
Fortunately,
On a
yes.
multitude of occasions.
Oh, so you're aware of how to get rid of them?
Yeah, you stick your sword right there.
We're aware of how to execute them.
Well, that works too.
This axe has seen their skulls plenty of times.
However, while it's good for us, we are more than happy to help you out. Long term, these, for the foreseeable future, these are not going away. You just need to stand up and be prepared to fight.
Well, we can protect our cave once we get there. The truth is we were sort of caught by surprise and they just ran us out, and we're not really the warrior types here. We're sort of, relax, Rika. I think we can handle this. We can defend it once we get inside. It's just getting inside is the problem. Yes, getting inside is a problem, of course, but if they can kill them all, then there is no more problem to deal with. Really. And, if there is any sort of, coin, if you just take it with you, then it doesn't exist here anymore, then we can just live our lives, and there's no reason for people to come here. And that is a very good point, too.
Do you have any idea what they're coming by and looking for?
Well, they leave with bags of things. I'm assuming they're finding items down there, loot, as it were. We're not really interested in that, to be quite honest, and we don't really believe the notion that this was once a dragon cave in the first place. But they seem very invested in it, so maybe there is some truth to it. I don't know.
Do we know the direction of this place?
Yeah, that's where you guys fell in the pit trap, was at the opening of it. She put that pit trap there to stop more people from coming in, so that there's only this isolated group of people already in there dealing with what they're doing with.
Sounds good.
Can you direct us? Is it a specific portion of the cave? Is there more than one entrance into the area that they're currently located at?
No.
Or is it just one entrance?
The entrance that you came in, that I put the pit trap in, that's the only entrance that I'm aware of. There is a skylight, like there's a hole in the ceiling of the main body of the cave. I can't imagine them going through that. They do have wings, but most of them seem kind of small. I'm not sure they could fly with them.
Okay, so if we create an opening, will you be able to push through into the cave itself?
Well, if you exterminate all of the creatures within it, then we'll just occupy it.
Yeah, but this obviously strength in numbers. We create the opening, you push through, defend from the back, and we'll catch him in a pincer movement from two fronts.
I certainly appreciate your explanation and tactics and all. And Roan sort of like puts her hand on, or I'm sorry, Rika puts her hand on Grash's shoulder. She's like, the reason why we're not in there already is because we are not warriors. This is something, if you agree to do it, you would be doing on your own. And that's why we're willing to part with anything that you find within it, because we're not fighters. We're peaceful people. We don't even have the means of fighting back. We don't have armor or weapons like his axe.
How big is the skylight?
I mean, it's a wagon-sized hole in the ceiling. We like it because it provides a lot of natural light into the cave. It's beautiful, and it reflects off of all the blue sapphires all around the walls and illuminates the rest of the cave in a dim light. It's quite stunning once you get inside.
Are they in the area with the skylight?
Yes, right now they are, I believe. We haven't been in for a while, understandably, but, I built the pit trap to prevent further incursions, which you all met, and I could build it again, set it up again after you passed through it, so no one could come in from behind you.
Sounds good. Let's do that.
I have an idea. What if the three of you go into the main entrance, I climb up, and I pick them off from the top while you three pick them off at the front?
I was honestly going to suggest that the two of us go, since it seems we're both better at range than up close.
That'll work.
Man, Sven and I basically charge in.
Do you have any haste or invisibility spells, or
I have haste.
you do?
Yes. I'd have to be.
And the ranger, that would be get a lot of attacks.
I can only cast on one of you.
Can you? Maybe give it
I have
to
to be.
ranger
Okay.
if you wanted to, or then you can really pick them off and just get more attempts.
It's within 30 feet, so anybody that close. How high up is the skylight?
It's very high up in the air. I mean, you would have to be able to fly to get out of it. Your rope wouldn't do you much good.
Let's see. And we wouldn't be able to climb up from the outside?
Oh, I'm sure you could climb up on top, but this is it's. Perhaps I should explain. This isn't a singular hole, this cave. There are various tunnels and splitting off areas that if you two left your friends to go inside, they would have to deal with things before they could even get to the hole that you're waiting at them for. They would be alone.
That's not so good then.
This sounds like a straight up charge.
Yeah.
Sometimes subtlety has to be put aside, and we'll just have to trust in the light of Reorx to guide our hammers and our axes and our bows.
Who would benefit the most from the haste then, if we're all going in charge?
It probably would be me.
He's a berserker.
And then I'm going to cast Beacon of Hope on everyone.
I mean, depending on
It's a
how
beacon, right?
clustered up they are, I can throw an ice storm, but
Yeah. Do you have any
Don't
web?
wanna- I do have web, yes. But the haste and web are both concentration. I can't do them both at once. I can't concentrate on both of them. I have lightning.
Is haste touch?
It's 30 feet.
I could cast Spike Growth, which makes movement a massive issue for them.
Also, you guys though.
Because we can all stealth. Colin now has that mithril, so he should be able to. I don't think he has disadvantage for his stealth.
Whoever I don't haste, I can cast Longstrider on. 10-foot speed increase. Make you a little faster, not much.
So
All right.
Grasha speaks up. So it sounds like you're interested. Is this?
Yes.
Oh,
You would help me?
yes. If it stops the Dragon Armies' plans, then it can only be good for us.
It's wonderful. I mean, to be quite honest, you know, it would be wonderful to get rid of all those draconians, and you know, of course, the fangworms are a problem too.
I'm sorry?
What's that?
You drifted off.
What was that you said?
Oh, nothing. I was just saying that, you know, the draconians are the real problem. That it would be just nice to get rid of the fangworms as well.
What's a
The
fangworm?
Fangworms.
Well, they look like worms with these massive, fangs, you know, tentacles coming out of their heads. And yeah, you could deal with them. That's probably not the problem at all. And it would really just be like an add-on issue. You know, just you shouldn't worry about them much. You know, the draconians are the real problem. But, you know, if you could also take care of the fangworms, that'd be great.
Up in Krynn Extermination Services here.
Come on, Orkin man. Exterminate.
It's another
Maybe
goddamn
we
bug
shouldn't.
hunt.
Maybe we shouldn't split up.
Oh! I have grease.
Grease lightning?
Grease. It makes the floor slippery. It's
I cast
difficult
grease
for
and
me.
then fireball.
Unfortunately I don't have fireball.
You don't?
On torch.
Oh.
When do you get that? Don't you get that at what level do you get fireball?
I didn't grab it.
Isn't that level 6?
That's your new. Oh, well.
Wizards have to choose the spells they have in their spell book.
Yeah.
Didn't choose that one.
I went with lightning bolt because I kind of just prefer it, but
We
that's
can
just
light the arrow on fire and stuff like that. Something
I have a torch that
control.
we could just set everyone in there ablaze.
Just hope everyone has like greasy clothes.
Just
Alright.
if they're all in the cabin, we'll just pew
Lot
pew
of-
pew.
lot
we-
of-
from the
I mean,
entrance.
Don't we also have...
If they slip on grease, it doesn't make them fall prone. So if you're a berserker and hasted, you can bash
Just
the
keep
hell
in
out
mind,
of them.
any environmental effects you guys cause,
That is true.
you have to deal with
That
as
is-
well.
Yep.
That is
So I'm gonna be slipping and sliding too.
This is gonna be like
Don't...
Batman and Robin, isn't it? They're all
How about if I?
skipped and stuff.
Do we know what strength this place is, or does she just knows the traffic going in and out?
I'm not tracking what you mean, strength.
The place that we're heading into.
What about it?
Is there any type of activity or?
Well, yeah, there's the draconians that are actively looting it.
Okay, so then there's quite a bit. Then I'm assuming, or does she know numbers, or she just knows of this type of creature?
Well, she's saying that she can't identify between them, so it could be 20, it could be 1, it could be 6. Like, she really doesn't know. All she knows is that they came in force, pushed them out, and then portion of that force stayed.
There's no other area. That's the only way that we can get in. She doesn't know of another area that we can.
There's the hole in the ceiling in the main part of the cave, and then there's the entrance that you all came in on.
We should stealth around the hole in the ceiling.
Should we all go up?
Yeah, visibility would be nice. Group invisibility. That'll help with stealth.
Just drop stuff through the hole. I think.
I'd have to re-prepare invisibility. I don't have it prepared right now. That'd take a long rest, so...
That's okay. Why don't we just... already want to go through the front door and...
She's like, you guys are heroes. You talked about smashing draconians with your axe. Why are you trying to talk about sneaking?
Because we've been smashed back quite a number of times, and it's getting sore now.
I'm not entirely sure you're the heroes for this job. You're questioning a lot and trying to be sneaky, and I just need you to exterminate a few creatures inside. I didn't know it was going to be a whole...
We don't know what's in there, so...
I told you.
We want
the draconians and the fang worms.
Okay, let's just head there to the hole.
much.
You guys want to go to the hole? Just like, lady, we're the pros here, so have a seat.
How many oil flasks do we have?
I don't think we
We all
have
picked up 2 each.
Oh, you do?
How many?
Well,
Yeah,
there were
from,
6 total, and Janik
sample.
used 1.
I
Gabriel,
thought Janik used the
Fynn
acid.
took 1 with him, and Arjun and Janik took the others. So you have the 1 with the bullseye lantern that you took as well. But no one else took any of the flasks of oil for the lanterns. And keep in mind, it's lantern oil. So.
It still burns.
Well, it's actively raining outside, so...
Yeah. How many fang worms are there, and how large are they?
Oh, they can get quite big. Larger than 3 of us. But most of them are about the size of one of them humans. If they had gigantic... they're not that big, but, gigantic tentacles of fangs,
Right.
Right, let's just go get a bloody nose.
Not comforting.
Let's just go fight.
Okay.
Reorx will guide us, and with that, I cast Beacon of Hope on everyone who's all clustered together, so including the dwarves if they're in the vicinity, just for protection.
What's the duration?
It just says...
Is it concentration?
It's concentration, yeah, one action.
Okay. So that if it's concentration, that just means you can't cast any other spell while you're holding this one up.
Right, well, if we get taken by surprise, at least we've got a bit of a buffer.
Okay. So
So
Beacon
for
of
the
Hope...
first, if we get smacked first in the first encounter, at least we'll have a bit of a...
Right. So for the
So you can
duration,
go-
each target has advantage on wisdom saving throws and death saving throws, and regains the maximum number of hit points possible from any healing. So that's awesome. Okay.
So I'll cast it on the dwarves as well, in case one of them gets caught or something.
So Grash is like, are you all ready to go? I could lead you back to the cave, and I'll reset the pit trap once you enter.
Think we are.
Let's do it.
Very good. Follow me. Goodbye, everyone. And everyone's like, oh, okay, see you. Good luck. Take care of those worms. I really don't like them. Just sort of like on the way out.
Was it Torgan that's the cleric?
Yep.
So you can heal?
Yep.
That pit trap did not fare me too
It
well.
almost killed you.
Did you
Yeah,
get...
it took half my hit points out. I'm down to 24 out of 44. So
Okay, then. Oh, wait. If I cure wounds, I'm going to lose that buff, aren't I?
You don't have a cantrip that you can
You,
use?
you might have mentioned that
I think you
before.
can't use any other concentration spells.
you can't use concentration
Yeah.
spells.
All right, so this one's by touch. Okay, so you're about to experience my dice rolls. You're going to love it.
Wait.
You're gonna
Well,
get
he
one
gets
hit point
max
back.
healing because you have your
Yeah, I get
Oh,
max
shut up.
because of-
Right, okay,
oh.
so cure wounds, drunk.
It's good.
I always forget that it does that.
Or stop before we begin.
Can you expend some hit dice?
Oh.
Just save the healing.
You totally
For
could.
battle.
Can I expend hit die?
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is basically a
Rest
short
for-
rest. You
Do
just-
that.
Oh yeah, I'll
Hanging
do
out
that
talking.
then. Does that That counts as that's maximized as well.
Any
that?
and any number of hit points from any healing. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay.
How many do I need?
Just make sure you mark off however many you're going to use.
8. Let me get a calculator real quick.
1 + 1 + 2 + 1 + 2 + 2 + 1 + 1.
6.
All right, so she crashes like at the cave entrance, like, you guys take a really long time. Come on, let's kill some draconians. What are you doing?
Peaceful people, you're very bloodthirsty.
We want to get home. That's our home. This is a makeshift thing, you know? It's like we're on holiday and it's not very inviting. We just want our home. We want the draconians out. I mean, Reorx led us here for a reason. We feel like this is, you know, where we... Mother... Ouch.
Okay.
Yeah, I just had a freaking bamboo shard jabbed up in my thumbnail is what it felt like. All right.
Oh.
I'm good. I'm getting torture over here.
Okay. I'm done on the healing. Got that done.
You healed up?
All right.
Let's go.
So it takes about 10 minutes to go back out of the cave and squeezing and sort of getting your way, you know, scraping your back and everything on against rocks and stuff. Finally, you're outside of the cave. You're back at the entrance. She sort of guides you around the pit trap, even though you don't really need the guide at this point because it's exposed. And then she just goes to work. Well, Reorx, bless all of you. Kick some, you know, draconian took us. And she just starts putting up the pit trap. All right, so let's get to this map.
Get it on.
Let's get it on. All right, you're going to be able to see the whole map, but again, we're role-playing, so pretend you only see where you are. You guys are, if you zoom out, or if you look at the sky, you should be looking at your own Roll20. Let me make sure you're looking at the right one.
You haven't.
All right, how about now? So you guys are in the upper right-hand side. You all have your individual character tokens.
Cool. Sorry.
You're good. And the pit trap is right behind you. You see this opening coming right in front of you. And blue crystal formations line the walls and floors of this cavern, so dense in places that they look engulfed in ice. The crystals glow sedately with a dim light. So we're not on initiative,
crystals,
but you are locked into the grid. So just let me know where you're going. You see there's a large pathway opening in front of you, and then there's a smaller drop-off that actually has like, instead of like a gradual decline, it's like mini cliffs that exponentially get to bigger cliffs going directly south. So those drop-offs begin here, whereas the opening is over here.
Guess we'll go to the opening.
Oh, that's my dog.
Just move your character to where you want to move.
Go here.
Okay, now stop there. Let's do initiative. So select your character if you're using D&D Beyond and do your initiative, and it should auto-populate you.
Oh!
Should.
Sometimes I wish it didn't. I could lie.
Yay! Oh wow, that's good.
That's some good rolls there.
I seem to almost always roll well. My players hate it when I DM.
Glad you're
What do you mean the goblin crit me 3 times?
Remind me not to play in your game.
Oh yeah, I've had it happen. It's insane.
Just give me a second to finish initiative. And I'll add it.
worm, huh?
It's a lot of worms.
There's only a couple of them. 1 or 2. Nothing you can't handle.
So
You're
who ran
heroes.
Was that you, Colin?
Our
Yeah.
heroes.
Did you just Leroy Jenkins it?
He did.
Yep.
That's funny.
Leroy
Okay, so
Jenkins.
Fynn, what was yours?
Jenkins, 12.
21.
Oh my goodness.
Fynn, and he's 12. And I'm showing Sven's in there, Astrid's in there, Torgan's in there. All right, let me put it on descending, and we go first with Grick right here. So their speed and climb is that. So,
Another Grix.
I mean, your character's never encountered a Grick before, but yes, that's what they are.
But
And 5, 10. So
I
it
got-
moves
yeah.
up to you, Torgan, but it doesn't actually, it can't attack you at this moment. Astrid, you're up.
Okay, Astrid. Let's see. Who's next to me? Is that Sven?
that's me. Yes.
Okay, so I think the plan was to haste him. I will start with that. I
Either
think,
haste
yeah.
or hate on him, one of the two. What is that? What action is that?
That would be my main action.
Okay.
So I will
What does it do again?
haste. Choose one willing creature that you can see within range. Till the spell ends, the target's speed is doubled. It gains +2 bonus to AC. It has advantage on dexterity saving throws and gains an additional action on each of its turns that can only be used to take the attack, one weapon attack only, dash, disengage, or use an object action. When the spell ends, the target can't move or take actions until after its next turn as a wave of lethargy sweeps
What's the
over it.
duration of it?
1 minute,
1 minute.
10 rounds.
Whoa. All right. Round 1. Ding, ding, ding.
Don't let me get hit.
You're just like, ooh, I just drank
Yeah.
like a bunch of espresso. You're just like, wah!
If I get beat and drop concentration, it won't
Are
be
you
good
going to
for
move, or do you have any other like bonus actions or reactions or anything?
I don't really have a. I don't think I have a bonus action. Unfortunately.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I got no bonus, action.
Cantrips,
You not a pew pew wizard?
spells.
Let's see. I'm sorry?
You not a pew pew wizard? What? You know pew pews? Pew, 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 pew.
More.
Pew pew.
I'm not super pew pewy. I've got some pew pew, but
Then I want.
I don't have any bonus actions. So
Respect
wizards
the
are not wizards are not super well known for their strong bonus actions, unfortunately.
Okay. So your turn is over. We go to the next. That's this Grick right here. So it moves there. It can't attack. Sven, you're up.
All right. How dare you touch my wizard? So it's like I'll just move. It's facing him, right? Can I get? Shoot, I already have.
get
I
there,
get Okay, is that advantage? No, or
yeah, from Fynn.
okay. I'm gonna
I
rage.
mean, face him, but yeah. So
Okay.
rage is a bonus action.
Yes, it is. And it's my. Here we go. So I get
So,
advantage on attacks too. You
Let me
said, or
show
no?
you. Look in.
You get advantage on dexterity saving throws.
Look
Alright.
in the chat, and that shows the picture. But basically, it's a worm with these 4 tentacles coming out of its face and a beak in the center, and it
Yeah,
just
I see.
slithers up to you, just and they just like that dinosaur from Jurassic Park.
All right. I don't like this type of worm. It's creepy. So I'm gonna let it have it. Do I get?
Give
I
it
think
a
I
roll.
asked this advantage or no?
Yes,
No,
you have advantage
Or yeah.
from Fynn.
Right.
Get a-
I bet
advantage.
you're flanking.
Here we go. Here's the first attack. Well, I ain't gonna do 13.
13 is not hit. That is very uncharacteristic of Sven.
It was almost a 20.
All right, now you're more like it. That's
All
it.
right.
It's
There's the second attack, and then
your
the
bonus.
third attacks. I get 3.
Yeah. Well, you get an extra attack. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh
All
my
right, so
God.
2.
Yeah, so the first one, it's like bears its head back, and then you bury your axe in its stomach, bring it back around, hit it again. This green ooze is sort of splattering out with this sort of like ectoplasmic goo. You hacking into it. Give me some damage, man.
You got it. All right.
Just sprays out
So,
against the wall. 13.
So is that adding my 2 for my rage or no?
I'm not seeing a plus of anything. I'm just seeing a total is all. Oh yeah, it
Okay.
is. It is. It is. Yeah, 13.
Okay, good. Okay,
11
the
plus 2.
second hit. So that's 20, 21 plus.
So the first one you hack into it and it pushes it back.
Okay.
That's 25 total.
Well, it's 21 plus. Yeah, 25.
So the first one like knocks it back against the blue sapphire wall, and it sort of like reels back up, sort of trying to create this dominant presence, which allows you to hack right back into it. And it almost like whimpers down to the ground. It's just sort of trying to keep its head, instead of having its like tentacles flared out, they're just sort of like whimpering and sort of like shriveling back down closed. You just messed this thing up bad. Anything else you can do on your turn?
No,
Okay,
I can move. It's not down. It's still up.
It's not down. Yeah.
Ugh. Okay. I will. That's where I stay.
All right, the next one is right here. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 20, 25. It gets there. It can't attack. Torgan, you get an attack of opportunity on this creature.
Okay, okay. I will introduce it to my Warhammer.
All right. By Reorx.
I smite thee!
So is the haste
Jeez. Yeah, you hit.
a radius on
Right
me?
in the side of the head as
Yeah.
it goes past. Just
As it goes
bang.
down, just clang.
I got a question about the haste. Is it on me? Then it's 30 feet radius.
It's
Oh,
a
that's
30-foot
nice.
range I can cast it. It's cast on you.
Oh, okay. I see. Okay. So I have to be within 30 feet.
So that's where Sven's first roll went.
You don't have to stay within 30 feet once I've cast it, though. You can move as far away as you want now.
So you smash it for the 9. It like
Yep.
leans its head forward. Ooze is sort of like pooling up in this sort of like hematoma that pops and just sort of oozes down the back of its, I don't know, spine, I guess, tail. But that's its turn. The next one, 20 comes up.
That would work for the whole
Rears-
game. If everything just rushes past me and I hit it in the side of the head.
Yeah, let's just do that from now on.
Yeah, can I just do that?
Smash snails.
So this one like slithers right up on you, rears back, its face like opens up, just and it comes down and claws at you. These tentacles are what's striking out first. Torgan, what's your armor class again? Can you please remind me?
My armor class is 18.
Okay, so this first one comes up. The tentacles like snap out in front of you, and they just close right down. And you're like coming back from just smacking that other grick, and it completely missed you due to its poor aim, apparently. So let's see who's next. Fynn is up.
Did my yeah, it's activated.
I don't know what you're
Should
talking
my armor
about.
class have went up for the breastplate?
Well, you can't wear 2 different types of breastplates, and you're wearing armor right now, right? Your regular armor.
No, it's swapped. Oh, I done something wrong here. Is that why the things?
Hold on, let me look.
No, my normal breastplate's off. A chainmail breastplate. That's. Did that not work? Sorry, I done it before we went in. Oh well, don't worry about it later.
Mithril breastplate is equipped.
What armor were you wearing?
Chainmail. Oh, that's doubling up. Yeah.
Right. So
You're actually
what they-
better off with your chainmail than you are with the mithril breastplate.
Right. So is that what's messed up my?
Yeah, so if you uncheck your mithril,
Right.
because it's only armor class 14, and you have 16 with your chainmail.
Got it. Sorry, I thought it was something you could wear
That's
underneath.
okay. You just can't
Oh.
double up on protection types, is all.
Yeah, I was wondering there what happened because the armor class didn't change.
Yeah, that mithril breastplate would be great for people who can't wear armor because it acts as if you could.
Right.
Oh,
I'll
wait,
just
does it-
encounter Then.
Could I wear it?
I mean, I'd have to look at the description to double check. I might be thinking
Right.
about
We'll
elven
put that.
chainmail.
We'll put that in mind
We'll-
then
we'll-
for
yeah,
this
yeah,
encounter.
Think of it.
Because I don't have armor proficiency, but if
Yeah.
I can wear it, that would be very good.
So uncheck that. What's your armor class without the mithril breastplate checked on?
Right. So it's 18.
15, you said?
18. 1-8.
18. Okay. So yeah, it missed you. It's good. Fynn, you're up.
All right. Okay. Sorry for the distraction there.
No worries.
All right.
5 hits, correct?
What?
I'm going to shoot my arrow at this one.
Well, you're in melee right now. Like that's
Actually,
melee
never
range.
mind that one.
So you're shooting into melee, so you're gonna have disadvantage.
15 feet away?
No, he's in melee with your friend, and you're in melee range of another creature that's in melee with your friend. So you're in melee shooting into melee. So you would have to disengage for your action to back up, have an additional action so you can then fire, or take the opportunity attack to back up and then shoot into melee. But in any case, you're still shooting into melee, and that's disadvantage.
That was tiny for that dog.
Okay, I'll use my hand axe and...
Okay. Just another creature right in front of you.
Yeah.
So you have flank. So you get
Oh
advantage.
yeah, I have flank.
Oh, come on.
Oh, poor little yapper.
Yeah, she's trying to play with the cats.
That is so much better. 27 to hit.
27 hits. So you hack into the back of it with your hand axe. A little bit of spew just comes off the sides of this.
And 20 to hit with hand axe.
28? Yeah.
20.
Oh, 20 misses. What was the... No, I'm sorry. Both hits. Both hits. I was looking at the wrong number. So you hack into it twice. What's the damage?
For that, that is going to be 20 damage total.
How's it die?
I'm going to split the back of it since it's facing away from me. Actually,
It
not
actually
really.
moved toward you. It's just Sven hit it, and so it turned a little bit.
Okay, while it's facing away slightly, I'm going to slit half of its thing open so that its head starts flopping over.
All right, so as you cut it open and blood, this sort of green oozy blood splatters across the blue crystals. Its head leans from the weight of its tentacles and just sort of snaps on its own accord. The entire body drops down, this big like harumph on the ground, ooze just sort of seeping out in its area. Sven, the one that you almost killed on your last series of attacks, drops dead. Anything else you can do, Fynn?
5, 10, 15, 20.
Okay.
And that is my turn.
All right, so 30. So this one screams up, slithering through this dimly lit, blue-hued cave, snaps back right in front of you, Fynn, and goes in for an attack. Its tentacles flare out wide. And what's your armor class?
18.
Yeah, it completely misses you. It was the momentum of it, and your own skill of evasion was just too much, and just sort of snaps at open air, and sort of rears back up again. All right, so where this creature is just looking over at you, slithers literally out of a tiny crack in the wall that you didn't even realize was there, Torgan, and it comes and snaps at you. What's your arm? Oh, your armor class was 18. So that one hits with the tentacles, comes down, slaps at you. You take 9 slashing damage. And then the beak, now that the tentacles are around your head, comes in, snaps right at your face. You take an additional 5 piercing damage as it takes a chunk out of you. After it attacks you with both of its attacks, it sort of lets go for a moment. And you just have this vile scent of this sort of meaty, earthwormy, sort of soily smell. This creature slides, slithers in from behind, comes up to Fynn. Snaps out open air as you easily dodge by its tentacle attack. Torgan, you're up. Finally, at the top. Where the
Yeah, well, I'm just gonna smack this one right in front of me.
Okay. You're like surrounded right now.
Yeah, so I'm just going for the nearest one.
Okay. You hit.
Sweet.
Take your warhammer, just clang, smack those tentacles away.
Right in front.
Right in front of the face.
Gone from me.
8 damage. All right. Anything else you can do? Power of Reorx compels you.
No, not for the moment.
Okay. This next Grick right here is just going to slither around you rather than anything else. Gets up behind for advantage because it, definitely knows what flank is. It's a worm. Comes in, smacks its first tentacles right around your face from behind, sort of yanking your head back. You take 9 damage from the slashing of the tentacles. And then it comes in for the beak attack, and the beak attack just hits the back of your helmet and just sort of like cranes against it. And you just hear this like as it can't get through the back of your head. You're just thanking Reorx that it doesn't get into your brain. Astrid, you're up.
So I suppose, let me. Do I need to move up?
These were the
I'm just gonna.
worms.
If you're not too busy back there, some healing would be nice.
Some healing. He's not a healer.
Oh yeah.
Throws you a hand sandwich.
Right. You don't do pew-pews, you don't do healing. What was there?
Don't
what was
drink,
there we
don't
got
smoke.
Here?
What do you do?
Oh,
We heard this one.
should I?
So
I can't
many
throw
options.
AoE at that. I know it's always so many options. I'm just gonna go with good old cantrip because I am not gonna do too much else.
Tell me what it is.
I'm gonna go with chill touch on this closest one.
You're going to melee?
Or no, chill touch is range.
Oh, what's the distance?
120 feet.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So you're doing this one?
Yeah, that one. It's a 19 to hit.
Is there a resistance at all?
No, it's just a to hit roll. It's so
19
I roll
hits.
Hit.
So is
Okay,
this,
on a hit it takes
can you
2d8
visualize
necrotic
this for me?
damage. Yeah, so I gesture, or I do my arcane gestures, and it's a ghostly skeletal hand wraps around the worm and grips it tightly.
All
Doing that'd be 2d8, and not that I think it. That's 10 necrotic damage. I doubt it can heal, but it can't heal until the next turn.
Ah, that's great. Oh wait, I gotta do the original damage. All right, so like visually, this hand just sort of wraps up into it. Frost crystals are like sort of spreading out of the hand. You just hear a scream. Can't even move. It just sort of moves its head and tentacles quivering. This craziness. Anything else you want to do?
Not much I can do, unfortunately. I'll just I wish I had a bonus action, but I do not.
Okay.
So
That means Sven. Unleash the fury. Can't hear you. Sven is muted.
can you hear us?
Hey, I can hear you, but you can't.
Yeah.
Mute button. I'm gonna turn around and attack this guy that's directly behind me. I was trying to get him to know how to turn him around. Anyways, I'm gonna attack this from here.
I'll do it. All right.
Thank you.
So you do have advantage. Flank.
Okay. All right, first attack. Uh-oh, here we go.
Dude, 3 advantage attacks is insane.
Yeah.
You just hack right into it. Ah!
Started off with the crit, so
Oh,
this one's already
dude.
taken damage already, right?
Yes, it has. You give me damage for that.
I am. The first is. Oh, great.
It's like-
Oh, good. It was almost 12. I just roll another die, right? And then
I'm showing
D12.
14 because it shows rage.
Yeah, 14.
Yes. And then can I just roll my 1d12 for the crit?
I want you to say yes, but you killed it. So tell me how it does.
Oh, okay. Alrighty. I just split it in two. It's just come up from the top and just.
It just does that slow sucking, like.
Yep, got it out,
Down.
and then there's green ooze like the old samurai with blood.
Yeah.
And it's like a fountain.
How did it hold that much
Hello?
blood? This is ridiculous. It's
Like
like
crazy
splatters
idiot.
everywhere.
Ugh.
All right.
All right.
So you killed it. You're just like, what's next?
I'm gonna move now. I'm gonna move here and get this guy right here.
All right, you have advantage.
Use another attack here on him.
Ah,
Oh no!
he misses. Yeah.
Last
It
attack.
slithers aside. You hit one of the blue shards and it crumbles and falls down to the ground. It like looks down at the sound and it gives you an opportunity to smash it right in the head.
And I smack it again. Well, I smack it.
You definitely smacked it.
All right. So roll for damage here. Come on. 13.
I'm showing 15. 'Cause you
I
made
keep
it.
missing it too. So thanks,
That's
because
okay.
it's not.
Okay, so you cut into it and it just sort of reels and sort of flops around for a minute. It's not dead, but you definitely hit it. Anything else you can do for your turn?
No, I think I'm in a good spot. So
You are
Was
definitely.
that all
in a good
3
spot.
attacks?
That's funny. Yeah, he did 3. Yeah,
Okay.
he just
Yeah,
missed
I
one
wasn't
of
paying
them.
attention to one of them.
So
Oh,
the
okay.
Grick in front of you, Torgan, snaps out at you again. Where's the button? It comes out, snaps at open air. You sort of lean back, batter the side of it with your shield. It doesn't end up hitting you at all. Fynn, you're up. What you got?
I'm going to move one over so that I have advantage against that one.
Okay.
And with my hand axe again, I'm going to swing at it to it.
Can you face the creature you're
What's a
attacking?
20?
What was it, 20?
I rolled it. I rolled a natural 20
Oh,
on this one.
nice. Well, you hit it, obviously. Do you want to give me damage or you want to roll your second attack?
11 damage.
That's your 20 damage?
That is the nat 20 damage.
All right, I don't want to judge. So you like cut into it with your hand axe. It takes you a minute to pull it back out. Does that sucking like, and blood sort of splatters in your face. You're like wiping goo out of your eyes, and it's still up. It's barely up. It's not even like consciously facing anything. It's doing like that car salesman, like tube man swirl in the air.
Does a 14 hit it?
14 does hit it, yes.
Ooh,
You barely smack it with, what is it, a short sword, a dagger, what? Your sidearm?
It's still my hand axe.
Oh, okay.
Because I have 2 attacks.
Okay.
And
All right, I'm going to face
11
you
damage
since you're not.
and 11 damage again.
All right, how's it die?
After it's just smashing into its neck, ripping it out, I will go overhand and kind of across the face,
Across the
ripping off a tentacle right behind the beak.
He just splats on the ground. The body just falls down. Anything else you can do?
I move there.
You have more movement.
I do, but if I
5 or 10. Yeah, no matter where you move,
Okay.
you'll provoke at this point.
2 opportunity attacks are provoked on me.
Okay. So the first one and the second, both of them are like snapping at you. You sort of slide underneath on the grease of the creature you just killed and evade both of them as you step back up in a full fighting stance. All right, the one you just slid right behind turns to you. All right, well, I can't see. There it is. Turns to you and snaps out at your face. It's going to try to, give you a good night kiss. Oh, shit. What's your armor class?
18.
Yeah, it smacks out, hits you with the tentacles, wraps around the back of your head. You take 9 slashing damage as it pulls your face into its beak. This sort of like vile, snapping beak strikes out and barely closes right in front of your nose, and this vile breath sort of oozes out as it's frustrated that it didn't get a second attack. This Grick, this one right here,
Your
faces
breath
down
smells
on
so
Torgan.
bad it could kill me itself.
Yeah, someone needs a tic tac. Can I get a tic tac here, please? So this one, oh shit! So this one wraps around your head. It's not a natural 20, Torgan, but the tentacles strike at you again. This is 9 more damage. It comes in with its beak. You had an 18 armor class, I think. Its beak misses, scrapes the top of its beak on your helmet, making you just that much more safe. This creature who's now free moves up. You're what?
I can't heal myself, isn't that right?
You can. Yeah, on your turn, but yeah, you can.
Yeah, I don't mean right now, but I mean...
Yeah, you definitely can.
You doing all right?
No! No, he's not.
Down to 11 hit points. I'm going for a sleep sound.
This dude is, he's being abused, and he's about to get abused again. So this Grit comes slithering up behind you. It's got advantage, and it attacks Torgan. So the second one comes down, strikes from behind, pulling your head back like a whiplash car accident. You take 9 damage from the slashing of it pulling you back, but its beak can't get through your helmet. It's just sort of scraping on that metal. Torgan, you're up.
Right. I'm going to cast Cure Wounds on myself. Now, here's the question.
Yeah.
I had obviously cast... What did I cast?
You did. Did you include yourself?
Beacon of Hope, yes.
Okay, then.
So this will this work?
Yeah, max hit point.
And then that ends that spell?
No.
No, you still have concentration. It's only another concentration will cancel out the first.
All right, so Cure Wounds is a touch.
You're good, yeah.
Right, so I cast that. I use up a spell, so that takes me up to full hit points.
Correct. Well, it takes you up to the max of that spell.
What about your channel?
No. Regains the maximum number of hit points possible from any healing.
Yeah, so whatever that healing spell can give you, if it's 2d8, it would be 16. Because it's the maximum of that.
It's 1d8 plus 6, so it's 14.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Okay, that makes sense. So
when you do your channel divinity, that's half. You don't have to use a spell slot. It just uses one of your channel divinities for healing.
Does he have like a number of channel divinities or something? What do you mean?
She has two or one. That comes with the class.
That's
I think it's
bonus actions.
Well, while you figure that out, is that your full action to cast that? Do you have anything else you want to do?
If I cast and get the heck out of there, move and try to get towards me.
That might work because I kind of got myself right in the middle.
If you move, you're going to provoke 2 opportunity attacks.
Yeah. I was thinking heal and you just gamble it, or just heal and see if they'll attack and miss you. So I'll get.
Yeah, you know what? I need to heal anyway.
I only like getting it from behind. So
I can't find the bloody where is it? Limited use. Channel Divinity. You can channel divine energy to feel magical effects a number of times per short rest. So it's only during a short rest.
Okay.
It's not during a short rest. You can do that now. It's an action.
Yeah, you can channel
But if you do a short rest, then it recharges it.
All right. Okay. So if I channel Divinity now, Cure Wounds, that doesn't use a spell slot. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes.
You mean the preserve life aspect?
Preserve life, yes.
So as an action, you can restore 35 hit points, choose any creature within 30 feet of you, and divide those hit points amongst them. This feature can restore a creature to no more than half of its hit point max. You can't use this feature on an undead or a construct. So you can increase yourself up to half your hit points up to 35. So how many are you missing right? What's your total hit points right here is 42.
Right now I'm 72. Right.
Yeah, so you could heal yourself a total up to 21 hit points.
Would his Beacon of Hope, would that kick in if being used for a heal?
Well, it
Then
can
we-
only go up to
max.
half your hit points. That's the
Okay,
max
yes,
that it can
that's
do.
what I- okay. Got
So
it.
you were, how many were you missing? Right now your max is 66, so it's 33. So you're currently at 42, so you can get back up to max. So
I'm currently at 2.
No, 42, I said.
No, where'd you get the 42? I've been
I'm
getting
looking at
spotted
your
here, left,
character
right, and
sheet
centre.
right here. 42 out of 66?
No, I'm 2.
Oh. Well, I'm just looking at your...
That's why I'm
character
getting a
sheet.
little bit worried.
Mhm.
I don't know where you're recording your hit points at.
Current/max, so I've been dropping my current.
Yeah, it says 2 hit points on his sheet.
All right, I might have not refreshed then.
Yeah, you gotta if he
In any
edits his
case,
hit points,
the
have to-
max you can bring it up to is 33 because your total is 66. You can do
That's
32
good.
total. So any extra hit points that you don't heal, you can divert to someone else within 30 feet.
Give
Right,
it.
well, I'm taking them all because I'm like about to go bye right here. So that's me
Yeah.
back up
Well,
to
you can
33.
only get up to 33, which means you
Yeah,
have
that's amazing.
2
up
more
to
hit
33.
points. Or, well, how, damn it. It's
You can go
35
up.
total. So you have 2, 3, 4 hit points you can divert to Fynn
Give it
or
to Rach.
Sven.
3 took hits.
Neither of them, I think.
I
Oh, Fynn did.
I took 9 damage.
Okay, well, I'll give you a report of Fynn then.
Anything else you want to do on your turn?
How much health?
4.
Did you attack
Nope.
yet?
No, not yet.
His action was to cast the spell.
That's
That-
right.
That was my action. So the only bonus action I have is either spiritual weapon or two-handed fighting.
You got your Sacred Flame, your cantrip.
Yes, not a bonus action, is it?
No, it's not. The other one would be your Spiritual Hammer would. If you wanted to get that up, or this is almost.
Yeah, I suppose I'll do spiritual weapon then.
Want to get that up? All right.
Well, I'm not seeing that in your...
It should come with as a
Oh,
domain.
there it is.
Yeah, because I've used this quite
So
a bit.
that's a bonus action. You create a floating spectral one within range. Where do you want it to manifest?
Let's go behind this one.
Okay. So you call out to Reorx. You see this spear appear, whatever you want it to look like.
Yeah, spear
And it gets to
something
attack. So you want to do that?
Hang on. Right, so I've got sorry, I'm being stupid again. I've got a 3rd level spiritual weapon, I've got 4th level. What
The
does
level
that
you cast it at gives
Yep.
you different bonuses to damage, I think, right?
Yeah, I think it's 2d8.
Higher
It's
level.
by-
Oh right, okay. So
Every-
I'll
every
cast
two
it at the I'll cast it at the 4th level, okay?
Okay.
Hey, calm down. Hey.
Right, and then I can attack with that now, can't I?
Yeah.
I think that's. Oh,
Let's go. Oh my god.
what did you roll?
13 is not enough. It's one under what
Of course
you
it's
needed.
not enough.
You need 14. I've done it
Literally
twice
need
though,
14.
Colin.
I'm really starting to see what you mean by those rolls.
Yeah, dude. It's a thing. It's a real thing.
I've been like this the whole time.
Yes.
And not just this game.
That's why
I
we
mean,
haven't won yet.
The cleric's fault.
All right. So is that the end of your turn, Torgan?
That's the end of my turn.
All right, Astrid, you're up, man.
It's a good game. Thanks for watching.
I mean,
I just turn up and make flashy lights and noises.
I really want to throw a lightning bolt, but like I can't without hitting anybody. I don't think.
What other spells do you got? You gotta.
Well, let's not metagame it. This is your character. You know what you got.
Yeah.
You do your game.
Let's see. If I had, does this? Let me see. No, it doesn't give me. I'm just trying to. I can. So I'd go. I assume I have to move around this.
Yeah,
this,
those are structures in the way.
Yeah, so I'd move here for 25 and then 30.
Right.
Yeah, and then I can't hit those with lightning bolt from there. If I cast
You'd
it from
only be
here,
able to hit this one
right?
and possibly
Oh.
Fynn.
And I don't really want to shoot through him. So, I will. Let me find a better spell. I apologize. I'm just gonna, I guess, magic missile. How hurt is this one looking?
What?
I'm sorry. I was asking how hurt is this one right here.
It doesn't look like it's hurt at all.
Okay, then I'm just gonna go with magic missile.
All right. Is it auto hit? You have to roll to hit. What's the?
You just roll for damage. It auto
Does
That
it
is
get a
still max-
save at all?
No, it's auto hit.
So 5 force damage. Is that correct?
That's 5 force damage for each missile. It's 3 missiles, so 15.
Okay.
I rolled max.
She was like swirling around in this cacophony of madness as you're smacking with these force.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to let me see. Let me move here. I'm gonna move there,
Okay.
20 feet, so that I'm a little closer. Maybe able to get a lightning bolt off if they're alive next round.
Oh shit!
Not yet.
Oh shit! All right, Sven, you're up.
All right. I still get advantage, or
No, not with this one. Not with the one that's right kitty corner to you right here.
okay? Even if I moved.
Yes, then you would.
Okay. I'm gonna. It's part of my movement there. I'm gonna attack. And there's one hit. I'm gonna roll damage.
Slithers away, screaming in pain. Are you gonna
Still
do
up?
another one or just?
Yeah, I am. Well, unless if it's not dead. I mean,
Oh, 13 damage. It's not dead.
okay. Well,
Wait, whoa, whoa, whoa! This one did take damage. The 15 from the magic missile. 13 kills it. How's it die? What do you do?
Oh boy, I just go for center mass and just lop it. So it's just
The
He
two
just fall-
pieces just sort of slide.
yeah. He just yeah.
All right.
All
You
right,
still have another attack and some move.
I do. So I'm gonna help the cleric out because he's getting his rear handed to him.
It's only a flesh wound.
I say hello to him.
Your
Hello.
bloody arms off.
All right, and then I'm gonna attack again.
Right. You do not have advantage on this one.
Eh,
13. Oh no, that's the last one.
You know what? Let's do this. I'm raging. I'm gonna go ahead and use this. What is it? The unarmed? Nope. Hang on, dang it. I forget the name of it. Reckless attack. So when you make your first attack on your turn, you can decide to attack recklessly, giving you advantage on melee weapon attack
So
rolls.
this is not your first attack. This is your third.
Okay. Damn it. What's my second? This would because the
Well, you
first one
missed one of them.
I only rolled once.
Oh, that was
So-
damage. I see. You're right.
So that was the. Did I not? Okay.
So that was the first. Now this is your second, so you can't use that on this one.
Okay. All right. Thanks for standing. Make straight here. I'm gonna go. All right. I just barely make it.
You did it. That's all it counts.
14. All right.
You hack into it.
Rolling for damage. Ooh.
Oh
20.
shit! That's great. Yeah, it dies. You do another center mass. You do it down the middle. What do you do?
Right down the middle. I split it in two, and then another fountain of.
It's not the first. This is just gore everywhere. Everyone's covered in it, slipping and sliding in it. That's your second attack, and you have
Okay.
more move.
I'm
God,
gonna.
my mouth.
I'm gonna turn and help out the ranger now.
He just like lifts his head and just spews it out like a fountain, and then just dives into another guy.
So 19.
That hits.
Is that 14?
It is. All right. You hack into it. It squeals out. All right. Those are your 3 attacks. Anything else you can do?
I think at this point I'm gonna stay put. So
I hope so. I got to challenge you guys. Jeez. Fynn, you're up. Going
All right.
killing everything.
When you haste a barbarian, things get messy.
Yeah, seriously.
hey, it's nice.
You using your hand axes again? Fynn?
He's on mute. You're on mute.
I'm moving there for advantage.
Yep.
I'm using my hand axe. Rolled 16 to hit.
Hits.
That is 11 damage.
It's 20. Okay, so you hit it and smack into it. It's sort of like reeling, but it's not down.
Okay. And for my second attack, I do not mean to roll damage.
I didn't see what you rolled.
That is a 20.
20 to hit?
Rolled a 26.
Okay.
26.
Definitely hits.
And another 11 damage.
How does it die?
As I move, I'm going to slash it across its torso, and when I get to my location, I'm just going over the head into where I think its brain would be.
Smack into it, its beak bursts apart just from the force of it. All right, Grick is here, attacks Torgan, strikes out with its tentacles trying to get at you, misses. You're using your shield to sort of block these things and prodding it with your weapon.
Means a change from my face. I've been blocking everything with my face for the last couple of rounds.
Your face is great as a shield, I'm just saying.
It's like, move.
It's your turn. You want to hit something? Hit this.
Right. I'm gonna introduce the Warhammer. Maybe
Say
See
hello
if
to
it'll-
my little friend.
yeah. Now, in theory, this thing's squeezed up against the wall. There's nowhere for it to move. I can't miss, really.
Right. In theory.
In theory. However, reality.
Yeah. Yep.
Right, still
Typical.
managed to-
That's so Torgan.
just somehow I managed in such a tight space
Yeah.
to throw my hammer and smack it
You
against
reel
the...
back to hit it and lose your hammer. Like, oh shit. Anything else you want to
Swings
do?
up, that's a go, and then
Um,
it goes that way.
Hmm?
Wait, what? When you went to swing with the hammer,
I'll have my spear have a wee poke at it.
Well, you have your shield in one hand and your hammer in the other, so you wouldn't be able to have a spear
The
unless you...
spiritual spear. Oh,
Oh, yeah. Spiritual weapon. Sorry, I misunderstood. Can it hit?
Ooh.
Oh! Was that a 20?
Yes, it was a modified.
Holy shit, great. All right. What's the damage? did
we shall
something.
find out. We see it'll be about 1 or something.
Everyone's golf clapping for you.
Was it 2d8, and then you just rolls another 1d8?
No, 2d8 plus 3.
What was a dirty
So
20,
you
right?
rolled a crit though, so you get one other additional.
That was a
damage.
20 with a plus 6, so that wasn't a...
Oh, okay.
So 12 force damage. You smack
Yep.
into it with the spiritual weapon. It knocks it back against the wall. Anything else you got?
I believe that's it.
All right, Astrid, you're up. Oh no, is Astrid gone? We lost Astrid. All right, so we will... He looks like terrified. Did something... This is like a horror film moment. What's happening? I hope he's safe. All right.
Magically teleport somewhere else.
Yeah.
Like, run away, run away.
Hopefully he comes back. Sven, you're up.
Maybe a power failure. All right. Hello.
How dare you?
Here we go, Mr. Worm. So that's just a normal attack?
Yeah.
All right. Happy to
I
oblige.
mean, I don't know if it's normal when you're doing it because it's violent and deadly. But...
Oh, 22.
Yeah, see?
All right.
Smack it against the wall. It rips
That's-
back off
yeah,
the
it's
wall
a
and you hit it
hammer.
again.
14.
All right, so 14, you kill it.
All right.
So it
I just-
smacks of just like impaled on the blue crystals that are jutting out of the wall.
Oh, heck yeah.
Just hangs
So
there all limp, like a
I
worm
hit
on a
it
hook.
hard enough where it just my axe in its body sticks against the wall.
All right, so that's all the creatures we're out of. We are out of initiative. Well played, everyone.
Nice job, guys.
Now you're sort of standing in this crystalline room. You see a pathway going south with increasingly large drop-offs, and you're sort of in this space.
Can we do a quick inspection of this area before we go down to the bottom part?
Yeah, give me a search or investigate or something.
All right.
Oh, investigation.
For heck's sake.
I rolled a 13 for investigation.
Okay. So, anyone else?
Oh,
I didn't see nothing.
Okay.
nice.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
welcome back.
Yeah, my power just dropped, and then I got it back right away, but my internet's still out, so I'm
Oh,
on
no.
mobile right now.
Okay.
All right. Well, they killed the last one, so you guys are out of initiative. Out of
Okay.
combat. People are starting to check the cave area, the main cave area you're in right now.
Okay. So, did you say investigation checks?
Yeah.
Okay, I will give that a go.
Torgan just rolled
23.
a nat 20.
Okay. So
Pretty
as
good
you guys are sort of spending, about 10 minutes or so, you're checking everything around. You're not really noticing anything. Does anyone have a passive perception of 16 or higher?
Cleric, maybe. Oh,
I do.
Passive.
Oh, wait, hold on.
No, 10.
Fynn?
Hold on. I think I've only got 15.
Okay. So Fynn,
Yeah.
you're starting to hear very faint, but this sort of like arguing and like a language that's just a little too quiet and distant to discern. There's something echoing into this sort of cavern that you're not really being able to place visually.
Is it draconic?
You can't really tell at this point. You just barely hear anything. You're just like you're not sure if it's a language or if it's wind or someone farted or you just hear something.
Do I know the
cheek
direction? Do I know the direction that it's coming from?
No, this is a cave, so the sound is bouncing off of everything. All of you guys' movement, your armor clanging against each other is echoing amongst you. You just were like screaming and hacking, and these creatures were wailing and stuff, and it was all echoing, creating this massive, cacophony of sound, deafening. I mean, you guys are just not really sure of anything at this point, but you just hear this faint sound. Now, you checked this entire area, and you guys got some pretty good rolls, too, so you knew you were, careful, and you didn't see anything. And there's only one place that you haven't investigated as of yet.
all right. Why don't we start?
Before we go down, I want to cast another Cure Wounds on myself.
Fynn, stop moving! I need to heal.
I'm only missing 5 HP. I'll survive.
Look at my head. They wrapped all of the tentacles on my head.
I was like, they at my face.
Look like a
You see these
pig in a
suction?
blanket with all
You
the
see
fucking
these
dough
suction
around my
marks?
head. Yeah.
There we go. Guess I'll
Just make
see
sure
what
you
happens
mark it.
next.
All right. So, Fynn, as you come up to the top of that cavern entrance, the passage descends in a series of sheer cliffs, each one plunging further than the last into the depths. So this first one, it's about 30 feet. So how are you guys going to get down it?
It's a drop.
Yeah.
We're gonna. So I got the strength. Why don't I just tie a rope around me?
I mean, you also have a bunch of like wooden stuff, but then you wouldn't be able to. So what are you going to do? Just like duck and roll, or how are you getting down?
That's all I was saying. I mean, if it's 30 feet, we have to climb down.
Yeah. Well, this
Okay.
first one I think was 30. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So just give me, if you guys are going to climb and not use some sort of anchoring system, then
Well, that's what I wanted to do.
yeah, that's
I
what
can-
you want to do. So is everyone okay with that? Do you want to do that?
I can just tie a rope around me.
Oh, Colin
And then
left.
you guys, I'll just anchor myself in, and you guys climb down with the rope.
All right, let's do that right now. So you pull out your rope, drop it down to the ground, tie it around yourself, and just sort of like lean back, just try to anchor yourself against the wall and the ground and like little ruts and stuff. So Fynn, you don't have any problem with his strength, nimbly climbing down to the second level. Same with Astrid. Torgan, do you want to use the rope to climb down?
Yeah, why not? That's
Right.
not. I'm not taking my chances with dice
And then
rolls.
Sven, how are you getting down there? You're just going to climb down?
Yeah, would that be an athletics check?
I'm going to move your character Astrid just to move him down. Yeah, athletics.
Yeah, I can't get on Roll20 right now,
No
unfortunately.
problem. I got you.
I'm not sure why my internet's not coming back, but
It's the aliens, man.
The internet. Did you make the appropriate offering to the internet gods?
Yeah. Oh, that's a good
It's
question.
22.
Well, 3.
Oh, you're
unbaptized
good.
babies
Yeah.
For each session.
You very nimbly climb down. All right, you're looking at the second drop off. It's 40 feet.
Okay, same thing.
All right, so you tie yourself off, you brace yourself. Everyone can easily climb down to this third level here, well, second level here, without any problem. It's 40 feet down. I just need a climb check from you to move you down. Can he do it?
from who?
Sven.
I got it.
Oh,
Are you rolling with advantage?
Yeah, I think one of my abilities gives that to me now.
Can you cite that?
You gain advantage on strength checks when saving throws. That's what. Hang on. There's one in there that I have that gives it to me. It's not rage either.
I only ask because the first roll would not have made it.
I agree.
kind of check is it?
It's just a
Aspect
strength
of the
check to climb.
piece.
Oh, okay.
So, and you have advantage on strength checks made to push, pull, lift, or okay, that's push, pull, lift, or break objects. Advantage on strength checks made to push, pull, lift, or break objects. Yeah, speak on my aspect of the bear, but I don't know if this for
No.
climb. So then I would have I
Okay.
failed the first one
So
then.
that's 4d6. Yeah, you would have failed the very first one too. So that's 3d6. So the first one you took 12 damage from falling.
But get all you guys down but me.
The second one you take 16 damage from falling.
28.
Yeah, total. So far, you got one more drop off. So this final drop off is 50 feet. You have literally like slinky down 2 levels. Are you going to do it a third?
Yeah.
Without even thinking. Yes.
This
I
time
will.
I'm gonna rage it so I get advantage this time.
Okay.
I'm pissed. So
I'll be raging too. If
I
feel
get
that.
pissed
matched
too. Yeah,
up.
for sure. That's totally understandable. All right, so go ahead and move yourself down here, and as soon as let me.
Like he turns his way through a whole bunch
I
of
go
cave worms and then
this
gets
battle
defeated by a set of
with
steps.
damage, but I trip and fall twice, and I give myself the most damage all day. Like, jeez, an idiot.
That's brilliant. You just go through the worms
Yeah.
like a hot knife through butter. Then
Yep.
All right,
It's
so
just,
you guys, are you going to brace yourself again like you did before?
Yes.
All right, so it's easy for you guys to climb down to the main entrance here, the very final floor. I just need a check.
All
from
right. This
Sven.
time I'm rolling advantage. So I'm gonna rage because I'm mad. And watch me not make it, which would be
This would
calm.
be amazing.
Okay.
Ah, you did it.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
So very nimbly, you climb down into the final level. This chamber ceiling opens to the sky above, and much of its ground is made of fine sand. The cavern walls are engraved with claw marks to indicate geometric patterns. 5 draconians labor below, sifting the sand. Hold on, stay next to the. I'm going to move you guys next to the cliff here. 5 draconians labor below, sifting the sand and placing treasures they find into half-filled sacks, while a winged draconian watches. So you see this massive sand pit extend out in front of you. Let me pull these characters up on screen.
And that just put me at half hit points too. Man, it's like,
well, I was about to heal you.
And as you drop down, you see this group of, oh shit, my bad. My bad. Got a little excited. Don't look at the man behind the curtain. Okay, so you see these 3 draconians up here sifting, 2 draconians down here sifting, and this massive draconian standing watching over everything. You have encountered these types of draconians before. So for all intents and purposes, you know that these types are Baz draconians, and this is a CVAC draconian. So you come down here, you drop down, they notice you, they turn and look, and we have what we call initiative.
Yeah.
Let's do this. We only have 15 minutes left. There's no way we're going to finish this in 15 minutes. Are you guys okay going along?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
I rolled a 5.
All right. 5. Jeez.
Oh, did that not work? I was
I
correct.
see Sven's. What did you get, Torgan?
Got 9, but it didn't show up.
Okay, I can add you.
Oh, I had clicked. Sorry, my fault.
Hold on. I need to remove. How do you remove someone? I got to remove them all. Let's just do it again. Sven, you had 12. I can add you. Astrid, you had 5. I can add you. So Sven, add turn 12.
Oh.
Astrid, add turn 5. Fynn, what did you get?
15.
18 or 15?
1, 5.
15. Thank you. And what did you get, Torgan?
I got 9.
Like a hero. All right, let me get these guys'.
Luckily for us, all of them roll a 1.
Yeah. What a shock.
Oh wait.
Oh,
I didn't even.
Have you
second.
watched this game being played before with us, Greg?
Before I is initiative an ability check?
No.
Okay, I had to check.
Okay, let me just finish rolling these guys really quick.
We were getting smacked about again.
I was hoping I could get a better roll on that, but
I was just gonna imagine Sven like bouncing balling it into the
like a rolling, or what do you call it, bowling ball right in the middle.
Yeah, that'd be dope. All right,
Pins
so as soon as you
everywhere.
guys come down, you're clearly armor's making noise, weapons clanging against stuff as you're climbing. They just like stop what they're doing and they like turn to look at you, and you guys like, oh
No,
shit!
we were stealthy.
And you're looking at them.
It was Sven just like
Yeah,
rolling it down.
because that flies with this group. That's how it rolls.
At least it wasn't me for once.
All right, let me do a sorting this thing, and we're at the top. So as soon as you come down, this draconian like stops, looks up at you, and like screams out, "Rah, rah, rah!" Which is just get him in draconian if you speak it, and he lunges out. So 30. Fynn, he has his massive sword. He swings down at you. Well, it's a short sword, so it's not that massive. He strikes you twice. The first, what's your armor class?
18.
So the first one slides right by you as you sort of nimbly dodge down. It comes back down, reversing it a lot quicker than you expected. Slashes into or pierces into you with 4 hit points. This next draconian right here charges at you, using its wings to propel itself forward toward you. Brings its short sword almost like a lance out in front of it. You slash to the side using your hand axe to sort of parry it off. It comes in with a second sword blade, and you sort of chop that one off with the other hand axe. This guy, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, jumps into the mix, trying to get a little blood on his blade. Slashes his short sword at you twice, and you are just doing this insane dance of parrying, dodging, ducking, sliding aside, avoiding the majority of all of their attacks. Fynn, you're now up and surrounded.
Because he thought it was a little funny to get some blood on me and waste those 4 hit points that Torgan graciously gave me. He's going to get a hatchet to the face.
Well, there's a prize for everything.
21 to hit.
Oh, yeah, you hit.
That'll teach him.
Damage. Just thunk. What's your damage?
And for my second attack,
I
I
What's
also
your
got a
damage?
21. For the first attack, it's 6 damage. I roll a 21 to hit for the second one, and the second one is 10 damage. So 16 total.
Awesome. So you cut into it. It's like moves back, tries to use its sword to block you off, but it's clearly not quite talented enough. Anything else you can do?
Oh yeah, I forgot I have a bonus action.
What's that?
And with my fist, I'm going to punch him in the stomach.
So are you dual wielding? Because you would have to drop
No.
something to punch it. If so.
Since I'm not dual wielding.
Okay. So with your offhand, you
Uh,
bring it forward to smack him in the face?
Punch him in the gut, but
Okay.
does 14 hit?
14 does hit. So you smack into his
Sweet.
metal breastplate. How much damage?
All damage in total is 24 damage.
You did 12 damage with your fist?
24.
No. You did 24 damage just with your fist?
No, that's in total because I
Yeah,
did
that's what I'm asking. How much did you do?
16. 6 plus 10 plus 8 is 24. I did 8 damage with my fist.
Gotcha. Okay, that's all I was asking. All right, that's an insane amount of damage with a fist. Anything else?
That is.
That is my turn.
All right, this guy. Rushes up. He can't actually do anything once he gets there. CVAC, this dude. You guys are completely freaking covered. There's not much they can do. Okay, well, he's just sort of sitting there watching, waiting, ordering the other draconians to continue attacking. This guy moves forward. You can move through your friends, moves here. Sven, he attacks you. Let's see. The first attack. Oh, that's the wrong guy. Sorry. So both of them, you're easily just knocking stuff aside. Like, oh, this is his first day on the job. Make him feel good. Easily deflecting every attack. Sven, you're up.
All right. Would the haste still be on
Faced them
me?
before.
No, we left combat, so you would have to recast it in order to have it starting up again.
I'll just
It was only 10 minutes, and we went through that.
yeah, I'll just do normal attack here. The guy that's facing me directly.
This one?
Yeah.
Okay.
First attack. That should hit 25.
Jeez, yeah.
All right.
You hack into its head.
20 damage.
Jeez. That's a lot. So you it's buried into this body. You have to use your foot to push and pull at the same time to pull your axe out of it. It's not down yet, but it's in a bad way.
Second attack. I'm gonna finish it here. 20 natural. That's not a natural, but modify 20.
Right. It hits.
Damage. 13.
Jeez. So you hack it that second time, and as it drops down, its body slowly is turning to stone, and you see this gas emanating from its stone corpse. So I need you and Fynn to both give me a Constitution saving throw, please.
Ugh.
11.
4.
4. Oh, so the 11 worked. Fynn, you are restrained, which means your speed is 0. You can't benefit from any bonus to speed. Your attack rolls against the creature have attack rolls against you have advantage, and you have disadvantage in all of your attack rolls. And you have disadvantage to dexterity saving throws as well. So, you're kind of stuck where you are. But Sven, you held your breath and the gas dissipated. Anything else that you could do?
I'm gonna move here.
Okay. Torgan, you're up.
I'm gonna attack this one, yes.
Yes, sir.
Then I will have a wee swipe with my hammer.
Oh, clang, clang.
And obviously a bumpy elbow against the wall as I try to swing the hammer, and it just
The
dink.
rock wall just sort of crumbles a little bit.
Yeah, completely missing the creature.
Anything else?
I'm going to, for a bonus action, cast another spiritual weapon.
Okay, where do you want to manifest it?
Do you know what? Let's have it right here.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Nice
And
play.
which one are you going to attack?
Hang on, I'm just gonna knock my spell slot first. I'll attack this one. Why not?
It has advantage on either of them. Well, these first two anyway.
Well, 3 are about to get stuck in the Fynn. He can't move. At least I can sort of defend.
That's true.
So that kind of makes sense to try and get that one. Right.
Roll to hit.
Yeah. Oh, right. This is where it's going to go wrong.
Do it.
You got it. It's advantage.
There we go. Right.
With a 16 to hit. Is that right?
Yep.
That hits.
Sweet. Oink.
Stabs into the back of it.
Just-
Squeals as it's trying to like reach for whatever is supposed to be there, but there's nothing physically there. So 6 force damage. Nice. Anything else?
That is it.
Astrid, you was up. So you have a
Okay.
draconian directly to the south of you and one directly to the southwest of you.
I see. So that CVAC. Okay, so I want to hit him, but am I able to get any other draconians within a 20-foot radius? Without hitting
So if you're
party members.
casting it on this square to hit, well, if he just has to be within 20 feet, you could do this and hit everyone.
Yeah, I want to hit. Yeah, because I can just target any spot in a 20-foot radius.
So what's the spell?
Ice Storm.
Is that going to hit friend and foe alike?
It will hit. Yeah, I don't want to hit.
Because that
if I
means
can
you're going to
keep
have to do
friends out of it.
Yeah.
That would be better.
So 5, 10, 15, 20. So 5, 10, 15, 20. That would hit Fynn. So this square right here, you would hit 5, 10, 15, 20. You would hit these 3 draconians on the edge there and the CVAC, but not. Well, would you? 5, 10, 15, 20. You would hit Sven and him. Yeah. So you'd have to do this one, I think. Oh, I think you still hit Sven or Fynn, yep. Wow. Okay, so you do this one, and you don't hit Sven or Fynn or Sven, and you hit the 3 draconians, right? 4 draconians.
You do right here on top of him. You get all 4.
Yeah.
And me. And clearly him.
Well, we don't want to get you. So if you do it here, you're good. You can get all of them and not any heroes.
Okay, because
Well,
as
you're
many
not
as
gonna hit
possible
them.
without hitting any heroes is ideally what I would do.
Oh yeah, you would have to do this one then. Damn it.
This
is
is
not easy.
what's called a bottleneck.
Yeah,
I
because
was
it's so
hoping.
clouded.
Yeah, I
You
hate when
you can
this
get
happens.
most of them. If you get this one, you get most of them, and you don't hit any people. So I think that's your best bet.
Yeah. All right. That'll be what I do then.
Okay, so you get 3 of them, or 2 of the Baz, 1 of the CVAC from that spot. You throw it out. You cast this massive, like, ice storm starts throwing shards of snow and hardened ice all around the corner of the room. It's blasting everyone. Is there a save? Is there a dex? What is it?
It's a dexterity saving throw. Each creature takes 2d8 bludgeoning and 4d6 cold damage, half as much on a successful save.
What's the DC?
It would be a 14.
Okay, so 2 of them made it. 1 of them didn't. And
then
can you say the damage again?
4, 6. I'll roll it. So 15 bludgeoning and 16 cold damage.
So that's 33? 6,
32, right?
32? Sure, I don't know math.
No, 31.
No, 31. 15, 15, 30 plus
Okay,
1.
so this corner draconian freezes up into stone, starts crumbling down, releases gas. Fynn, you have you're already affected, so it can't really affect you, and that's the only one that can affect. This one saved, this one did not, and so it was I'm sorry, how much again?
31?
It was 31 total.
That's insane amount of damage.
The entire area is also difficult terrain until the end of my next turn.
Yeah, understandable. And it was half of it saved?
Mm-hmm.
So that's
15.
15. Sorry, I'm just doing a bunch of math. In my
Just
head.
saying it's nice
So the
to have a
draconian that's right in front of Fynn and kitty corner to you drops down to a knee. He's like holding his body up ostensibly by his wings, just sort of trying to do that little tripod action just so he doesn't fall flat because he's hurting that badly. All right, anything else you can do, Astrid?
No, I don't want to provoke opportunity, so.
Gotcha. All right, Fynn, the creature that's right in front of you, since you're restrained by that gas, is attacking you. And they get advantage. Even with advantage, they miss you. This guy
advantage?
you. Yeah, because he's restrained, he can't move around. So it's like
No, but
trying to
like
slice at him, and it's
Does
hitting
Sven
his...
get his advantage because he's flanking him?
Oh, he's not flanking anything. Sven?
Is that not
No,
right?
he's,
No, them
he's
being right
talking
next to
about
each other doesn't do it. But in either case,
He's
it's not
talking
his
about
turn to
this
move.
Who's that?
This Baz that's right in front of Sven and Fynn misses Fynn. The next one is kitty corner.
in
He's
Draconian.
going... What?
In Draconian, I'm going to say my grandmother hits better than you.
Okay, it's coming out because you're restrained as... So this one right in front of you that's almost dead, just as a death knell, reaches out, tries to stab you with his short sword. The first one hits. The second one actually misses. I can't believe that they miss with that. You take 4 damage as the first one slices into you. It loses its balance a little bit when it offsets it with its arm because it's so hurt. And that's why it dropped its second one. You have disadvantage on any attacks. Fynn, it is your turn.
All right, guy right in front of me.
No, Fynn. Fynn.
I always get that mixed up. So close to the
Yeah,
names.
it's very close.
Names
What are
rhyme.
you going to do, Fynn? I can't hear you if you're talking.
Rolled to hit 1.
Okay.
I rolled to hit 1.
Wait, who are you
With
hitting?
disadvantage. The one that's bloodied.
Okay. So you're at
Uh,
disadvantage, the first hit?
First hit with disadvantage, rolled a 10. Second one to hit with disadvantage, rolled a 19.
That one hits.
And that is 7 damage.
Okay, it also turns to stone, releases the petrifying gas, and this time I need Astrid to give me a dexterity save, or a constitution saving throw.
Okay. Oh, that was it. Well, it's the same. 15.
Okay, you're good then. Anything else you can do? Fynn?
And does a 14 with disadvantage hit this one?
Well, you attacked twice at that one
Bonus action.
for the punch.
Yes.
So 14 does hit.
Sweet. Take this as I punch it across the jaw
Yeah,
What's the damage?
with 6 damage.
6?
this chemical that comes out, is that like a form of a poison or?
No, it's a paralytic gas.
Okay.
Okay, so this next Baz that's right in front of Astrid is going to attack Astrid, swinging its short sword toward him twice. What's your armor class, Astrid?
14.
In both cases, you were just like nimbly like moving around, ducking the swipes, and he is incapable of hitting you. Now it's this big guy. He just sort of screams out. Now, what? It's just difficult terrain, and there's no damage through moving through it?
No, it's just difficult terrain. I mean,
10.
I'll check just in case.
20, 30. So he moves forward, just slowly, laboriously fighting through the massive storm that's just raging right in front of him. He emerges from the storm right in front of you, Fynn, this grimace on his face as he brings his massive serrated sword out and swings down at you.
Did he just walk into my spear?
Into it, yeah. No, that's the other one. He's been there. So the first attack hits. The second attack hits. From both of them, you take 13 slashing damage, a total of 26 damage. And it reaches out with its tail to smack you across the head. The tail smacks as well with 8 more damage.
Ooh.
I'm down.
Okay, so that doesn't do more than half your hit points, though. So with one
down.
individual of the attacks. Okay, so you drop down. I'm going to need a death saving throw on your next turn. Otherwise, you would have had to roll to see if you could stay up. So Fynn drops down. You just see the Seavac appear amidst the blizzard that's raging magically in front of you guys and just cuts him down with 3 solid attacks. Fynn drops. The other Draconians are like, rah! Reinvigorated, looking at the rest of you. And Sven, it is your turn.
All right.
It took 3 deaths to take 1.
The Seavacs are tough, though. I mean, they're
I'm going to go ahead and attack this guy.
in front of you?
Yes. First attack. 17.
Yeah.
Act 2, so 10.
Does not hit.
Oh, no, that's my damage.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
All right, second attack. Get it going here.
You got this.
Oh, no. I rolled-
Oh, you don't have this. Well, you can't win all the time.
No.
All right, so you hit it the first time. It reels back just from the pain, and that's when you swing right in front of its face, missing it the second one. Are you going to move or anything else you can do?
I'll stay put.
Torgan, you're up.
Right. I'm gonna move beside Fynn,
Okay.
and then
You're
I'm gonna
gonna
cast...
hold on. I got an opportunity to
Sorry.
provoking there.
Hold on.
Real quick. Sorry, give me 1 second.
Do you want me to move back?
No, you're fine. All right, sorry. Okay, so opportunity attack from the Baz right there. He swipes out at you. It just bounces off of your shield. Okay, so you're now where you are. Okay.
Okay, right. I'm going to cast Spur the Dying on Fynn.
Okay, what does that do?
So touch a living creature that has 0 hit points. Creature becomes stable.
Oh, nice. Okay. Oh, that's handy. Okay. So you're stable. You don't have to do any death saving throws. That's a cantrip. Oh, it is an action. Okay. Anything else you can do?
Yep. So that counts as an action, doesn't it? Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, there's 1 action. Yep. Okay. So for my bonus, I will poke our little friend here in the backside with my spear, or try to anyway.
Okay. See that.
Scroll. Ah, doink.
What'd you get? 13 does not hit.
Oh, so
So it actually hits his armor and just sort of scrapes at it a minute before it sort of goes back to its starting position.
distracting a little.
Anything else?
No, that'll be it.
All right, Astrid, you're up. What are you gonna do? Thank you, baby.
Lightning bolt.
If I move, can I hit the Baz and the Seavac with a line?
Woof. That's tough
on the
because
diagonal?
your line is diagonal from. Yeah, if you diagonal. Yeah, I think you can work it. So how does lightning bolt work? Can you explain that real quick?
It's a 100-foot line. It's a dexterity saving throw. Each creature takes 8d6 lightning damage, or half as much if they succeed.
Okay, so I'm assuming you're doing from that corner, or
Yeah,
shit,
100
it's from
fly-
centered on yours. So if you go this direction, you can probably hit them, but you'd have to stop like right here to hit them both. So it'd hit the wall right here. Okay, so at 20 feet you hit the wall, and them. It's a dexterity for them. What's the DC?
14.
All right, let's see what they do.
Yeah,
Seavac Draconian. Did not succeed. The Baz Draconian did not succeed at all.
That's 20 lightning damage.
Damn. Damn, dude. Okay, hold on. So no resistance, no resistance. So he takes 20. He takes 20.
I just 100% always imagine Azula from Avatar: The Last Airbender whenever I use lightning bolt.
That's dope. Yeah, you do like any like kung fu moves while you shoot the lightning?
Yeah, just straight out. And, yeah.
I dig it. Okay, so they're both like like shaking as the lightning strikes through them. It hits the wall, and the wall, you see the gems that are embedded within the wall start to glow and then just explode outward as well.
Nice. I was not expecting that.
So I just got to find this really quick. Give me a second. So it does 7 damage within 10 feet. So they both take 7 more damage as it just explodes back onto them because no one else is close enough. You see the Seavac wither in on itself, changing its shape into Astrid, and just screams at the top of its lungs. And I need 5, 10, everyone to give me a wisdom saving throw.
10.
So, Sven got a 12. Torgan's good. Who else? What did you get, Astrid? 10?
10.
Fynn, what did you get?
12. Oh.
I'm fine.
What'd you get?
5.
5? Okay. So Sven and Fynn, you are afraid. You immediately just start screaming, and you're just completely terrified. You have disadvantage on all ability checks and attack rolls while this embodiment of your companion exists. You cannot willingly move closer toward it, so you can only move backward if you're going to move at all. So just keep that in mind. And then I need, Fynn, you're already suffering from it. So Astrid, I need you to give me a Constitution saving throw as this Draconian turns to stone.
16.
Okay, so you're fine. Fynn, I didn't have you roll me a Constitution saving throw. You have disadvantage on it from the perpetual resistant restraining. What's your roll?
7.
7. So at this point, your body has turned completely to stone. You are now petrified. You are unable to move. You're completely incapacitated. You can't speak. You're unaware of your surroundings. Anything attacking you has advantage. You automatically fail all strength and dexterity saving throws. You have no resistance to anything, and you're pretty much just stone. But because you're stone, there are certain things that you are sort of immune to. So anyway, you turn to stone. You can't move. You're already 0 anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Astrid, that was your turn. It's this Baz. He's looking at his boss like, anyone that can understand Draconian, he's like, what are we supposed to do here? We gotta get out of here. He's like, kill them all. And the Baz Draconian strikes out at Torgan. Because he's probably the only person he can hit. So he does hit him for once. You take 4 damage, Torgan, as he slides his short sword into your stomach. Fynn,
Ouch.
you do not have to do any death saving throws. You're just at 0. The Seavac Draconian now gets his turn. Gosh, he is hurting. Oh, wait, no, he did die. He's a screaming pile. So, yeah. So that guy was like turning around to scream at his boss. He just sees this picture of Astrid standing in front of him screaming. And he's just like blood draining from his reptilian face. Like, oh, shit. Sven, it's your turn.
Am I feared?
You are feared, so you have disadvantage if you try to attack him. You just can't move.
Okay. This time, I'm just gonna use my reckless attack. So that normally would give me advantage, but since I'm feared, would that just be normal then? Well, I don't have to roll disadvantage. Would it negate it?
That works. Yeah.
Okay. Ready? First attack. Ooh, 28.
Yeah. Yes.
We'll roll for damage. Uh-oh. 19.
Oh, wow. All right,
Still up?
he drops down and dies. I need you, Torgan, to give me a dex or a Constitution saving throw, please.
Here it comes.
Constitution.
Hey, I did not make it. I don't think I did.
12 does make it.
Oh, yay.
Torgan is restrained, however, with the gas. Like, oh my gosh, what's happening? So you're out of initiative. So basically, if you just wait a minute, then Fynn will turn unstone. But he is at 0.
Okay. I can just put a potion in his mouth.
You have a potion?
I believe so. I thought I did. Maybe I don't. I thought he gave us...
I can.
I thought I did.
I can cure wounds anyway.
Can he use his medicine skill? No, that wouldn't work either, would
Well, he's
it?
already stabilized. That's what that would do.
Okay. Yeah, just... And at this point here, we could probably just set up camp in here.
Well, no, not quite. I need to know what happens next, and then I'll tell you what happens.
Okay.
Right. Can I cast Cure Wounds on Fynn?
Yes.
Okay.
It's still going to cost you the spell slot, but yes, you definitely can.
Yeah, that's fine.
And how it was concentration, so arguably you'd still have the max benefit on it. You know, from your spell you cast.
Oh, true enough. But I didn't.
So that's just maximum, whatever the max heal is.
All right, so it's 1d8 plus 6, so that's 14.
All right, so Fynn, you get 14. Sort of shaking your head. You feel like stiff in your joints. Are you there?
You're a life cleric?
I'm here.
Say again?
What type of cleric are you? You a life cleric, or what domain did you choose for your...
I can't remember.
So I think you get a little bonus for any time you cast healing spells. I think it gives you +2 or something else on top of that.
Well, it's built into the character sheet, isn't it?
It should be built into your
Class
roll.
features.
Yeah, it's already built in, isn't it?
So I know it's not count when I roll it. It's not.
So whenever
count.
you use a spell, first level or higher to restore hit points, the creature regains additional hit points equal to 2 plus the spell's level. That's the Disciple of Life bonus.
So I'd be 3 extra hit points for first level spell.
Well, there you go. Not bad.
All right, so have a few extra hit points there, Fynn.
So you sort of get up, and then you see the sand shifting in front of you guys. You have the natural light coming down from the cave, sort of illuminating this visual sand pit that you see sacks that these draconians were filling with objects and coins. They were sifting through the sand to find. And then the sand just sort of lifts up, and on the edges, you see 3 more of these creatures that you had seen before, except one of them is much bigger.
Uh-oh.
Let's do it. More worms.
So hang on a minute, Mr. Creatures. Where were you used when the draconians were digging now?
That's a good point.
Maybe they're friends.
They're pets.
Well, I was going to say,
That's
could Fynn
really
take one of these
funny.
as a companion to replace his board?
It's funny. The
Draconians
explanation
are
is
bad, so they didn't
they're
want to pop
sleeping
out.
and they didn't notice, and then as soon as combat breaks out,
Yes,
then
then
they notice.
they show up. It's like, oh,
Well,
yeah.
it's convenient now, so what are you
Put some more
doing?
worms
What's
in
going
there.
on here? Is this a party or what?
All right. Well, Colin, we know how well you fare off against worms, so
Yeah, for real. All right, so
I'll
are you
just be
guys
the
going
meat
to
shield.
re-roll your initiatives?
Yeah, I'd like to.
All right, Sven, let me know what you get.
Ooh, much better.
Same.
Then another 19.
Ooh, nice.
Well, kind of better.
What'd you get?
14.
Okay. Torgan?
I got me 18 there.
Okay, I see it.
Well, going before the
And
worm.
Fynn?
21.
Nice.
Atta boy. Kick back and fling some arrows.
All right, so you see them sort of uncover themselves in the soil and just scream out. And as they start to move, we got initiative with Fynn first.
Shoot the big one between the eyes.
I'm sick of combat for today.
Do they even have eyes?
As I
now?
pull out 2 arrows to aim at the big one, I'm gonna move 10
Okay.
over or 10 feet over.
Yeah.
Some pew pew, man.
Does a 12 hit?
So it clangs into the wall behind his head. He sort of deftly moves down. He's like,
And dirty 20.
that hits.
That is 13 damage.
Okay. I see you. Smacks in its mouth. Just its beak comes down, breaks the end of it. Anything else?
That is my turn.
Astrid, you're up.
Okay. I don't have a lot that is good for me. Could I? Maybe I should just haste Sven again.
I'll never say no to
Worked
that.
pretty well last time.
It pretty much destroyed. Yeah, I'm gonna do. Yeah, let me move over to Sven and haste him.
Touch me and
Or wait, no, I don't have to move. It's 30 feet.
Yep.
Touch me. He wants to be
Sorry.
dirty.
I take. Oh man, I love that song.
That was great.
Take the licorice root and my spell, so that Sven, he gets those bonuses again.
All right, your adrenaline starts pumping real hard, Sven.
All right.
Anything
All
else
right.
you can do, Astrid?
I'll just no, I'll hang tight right here. I can't do much else.
Okay. So we see this creature, 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 45, jump up, can't attack. Torgan, you're up.
I shall cast Sacred Flame on the big one.
Oh, geez, what's your range on that?
It's 60 feet.
Okay.
Flame knife. So, dexterity saving throw.
It is. What's your DC on that?
The what?
Your difficulty number he has to get over?
It's
Spell DC?
it says
should be at the
dexterity
top.
saving throw, or take 1d8 radiant damage.
Right, but the saving throws against your DC.
Oh,
What's your spell's DC on that?
Your save DC should be at the top.
right. Hang on. Sorry. What is it? One action. Do this. I'm not seeing that, but sorry, I'm being stupid here.
It's okay.
No, you're fine.
Doesn't say. It says that well.
What's your wisdom?
Oh, my wisdom.
It says Dex 14 is the attack save. So 14 is the DC.
Yeah.
It does not succeed. What's the total damage?
Right. So it's going to take
88.
2d8.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So you see
Yeah.
this flame come out of the middle of the hole in the sky.
By the
just
light of Reorx, I banish thee back to the underworld for what you
screaming.
came.
Just fires just erupting, illuminating the entire area, blinding everyone momentarily. All right, that's great. Anything else?
The bonus action. Did you remove my spear?
It's still there, or is it?
No, we ended that
Oh,
initiative.
right. So that's
And so,
okay.
uh,
So let's see if we got more. So, 'cause I was going to say, 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 'c And I do. Nice one. So I shall cast my spiritual weapon again.
Okay, where do you want it?
Right there, please.
Nice job.
Roll to hit.
And I'll have a wee stab at him.
One of the 20.
That hits.
That'll do, just to
great roll.
finish off the game. Let's have a... I'll just have a wee moment.
Yeah.
Have another 6 damage there.
All right, that's not bad. Nice.
That's 19.
It's because it's a larger target, you see.
Yeah. It's easier to hit. It's like a barnyard. Side of a barn. Anything else? You good?
That is me.
All right, this Alpha. This other Grick didn't go. Did I skip him?
I don't think you did.
Oh, weird. Okay. So
No,
this
he's
big
last.
old creature is going to slither toward the massive group here. His speed is that. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Oh, he's not even in range of anyone. So he's going to move over to here, and that's going to be his turn. Your spiritual weapon, let's give it an opportunity attack just for fun.
Smack the worm.
Why not? Little smack in the backside.
Those Gricks look cool, though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're creepy looking creatures.
Yeah, they look alien.
I love bricks.
That
There's-
22
hits.
hits. Definitely hits. Nice.
10 damage. Right in the keister. Woof.
They did some good damage on.
Slithers away a little bit faster. Trying to get away from your craziness. Okay. So, Sven, you are up, dude, and you're hasted.
So can I get around this? Because my movement's now doubled. Is that just for normal walking speeds doubled too?
No, I think
Yeah.
it's everything, right?
Okay. So
Like
So if
they-
your movement's 20, you have 40.
can I get advantage on coming on this side?
Yeah, you can. He occupied all 4 of these squares.
3 attacks.
All right. 3 attacks at advantage.
Oh my gosh.
Die, worm. Oh.
This is supposed to be a big bad. You're ruining it.
All right.
You hit.
All right. There's one. Rolling for damage. Oof. What's that? So it's 9, 10, 11.
Yep.
Second attack.
You hack into it, it squeals
Whoa.
out, lashes out, smacks the ceiling or the wall.
So 11 plus
Oh yeah, that hits.
9, so I'm at 20.
So it smacks it again. It's squealing. It starts to turn toward you. Like, what? What the hell is hitting me? What is this?
Last attack. Does 12 hit?
12 does not hit.
Bummer. All right.
So it turns around, faces you, dodges out of the way of that last final
Hang
attack.
on. I hit the wrong. I rolled for damage. I didn't roll to hit. That's a 1d12. So okay. Let me roll right. Sorry. So 16. Does 16 hit?
No, it does not. But you have advantage. Is that your advantage roll?
Oh shit! You're right. What am I doing? Here, I'll just.
Just do one more attack.
Okay. Thanks for catching me.
17 still doesn't hit either.
Okay.
So
All
it's like
right.
moving around, like evading your hits now that it's facing off against you. Anything else?
I think that'll do.
All right. All right, so finally this guy down here in the corner, all by himself, slithers. Slithers up, can't really do anything at that point. Fynn, you're up.
I'm going to
Yeah.
temporarily drop my bow and pull out my hand axe. And the good old saying, I'm a hack and slash.
Okay. Which one are you facing? The one
Come
right
on.
next to you or kitty corner or the big one?
The big one.
All right.
So for the first attack, 24 for
You have
24 to
advantage.
hit.
That hits.
that's 9 damage. And rolling to hit again. That is another 24 to hit.
That hits.
That is 10 damage.
How's it die? Squealing.
I'm just going to
What a world! What a world!
2 times in the back of wherever, back of its head, I guess.
All right. You hack
And
into
for
it,
my-
it just squeals. It almost lifts you up off the ground as you're still like trying to get your hand axe out of it. And you sort of drop down as it just crumples down like a pile of string that's let go.
And as my bonus action, I'm going to punch that one.
Okay.
Does 15 hit?
Yes.
One punch, Fynn.
Donkey punch the Grick.
Does a 15 hit?
Well, you already hit. Yeah, yeah.
That is 8 damage.
Okay. So you smack it. It sort of slides to the side, squeals a little bit. Is that the end of your turn?
And that is the end of my turn.
Astrid, you is up.
Okay. Who do I have line of sight on?
Both of these Gricks.
Okay. I'm just gonna the one he just attacked, I will cast Heal Touch. Throw my skeleton hand out again.
You cast Heal Touch?
Chill Touch.
Oh, Chill Touch. Okay. What's
Chill
the
Touch. That's
roll?
It's a 25 to hit.
Oh, that hits.
10 necrotic damage
Okay.
as the hand clenches around it again.
It squeals, trying to move, but it's sort of stuck in the same place. Crystalline ice is spinning up around it. Anything else?
No, that'll be it. Yep.
All right. So the one that it was just confined by that grip is dropped down finally, strikes out at Fynn. Completely misses. Its tentacles are like scraping at you. You're just sort of leaning back into the side, doing your best to stay away from his gaping maw. Torgan, you're up.
Okay, I shall cast another Sacred Flame on this one.
Reorx!
Destroy it! Burn it with your flame!
So you said that was a dex save, right?
Dex save, yeah, 14.
It fails.
Then have some of that. Come on, I got two decent dice rolls last round. It wasn't going to last.
Hilarious. All right. It's sort of like reacts and it's like, oh, okay. All right.
Tickles it a bit, sings his herd. And I'll have, for my bonus action, I'll have my spiritual weapon poke it in the bum.
Yeah. So it flies straight at it.
And doesn't it technically have advantage?
Yeah.
That it?
Again, see if you can get a 20.
I don't see anything. What'd you roll?
19.
That hits.
Okie dokie then. What the hell was that?
95 damage.
That was par for the course.
Of course. Okay, you know what I mean? It's a continual seesaw.
Great. It's just great.
There must be balance
Yeah.
with the dice rolls.
The balance is you and Sven. That's the balance.
That's
He annihilates and you do not. All
I
right.
distract.
Is there anything
Here,
else?
it keeps me honest.
Yeah.
No point. Not getting a big head in this game.
Anything else you can do?
No, that's it. I've tickled it enough.
All right,
It's like,
Sven,
ooh, stop it.
unleash the fury.
All right.
Unleash the fury.
This is going to be hilarious if these two keep us tied up after absolutely melting the big one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, crit.
Oh, nice.
Woo!
Nicely done, sir.
Oh, shoot.
Smacking time.
Hang on. That's a D12. I'm just This is my 1 damage. Oh, so it's only 3 on top of this damage.
Oh, that's on top of something? Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
It's 23.
So you annihilate it.
Okay.
You just hack down into it. It just sort of slides apart. And the smell hits your face, and you just sort of get that.
I'm going to take my remaining movement. Get from behind here.
Yep.
Second attack at advantage.
15 does hit.
Okay.
14 hits too. But yeah.
All right. Rolling for damage. 15. Then the second attack.
Hack into it. It screams,
attack.
writhing. Yep, that hits. 23.
Damage. 13, 12.
You cut it down.
All right.
Just sort of splatted against the wall and just hangs there.
All
Michael
right.
Myers stabbed it to a closet door.
Yeah. I'm a murder machine.
Everyone needs a skill, you know?
Yeah.
All right, so you guys are now empty. You see all those bags in this sandish stuff?
Ooh. Just pack up, man.
Yeah.
See what's in there. I guess
Well,
we'll just
who's
do
going in the sand to get it?
I'm gonna first retrieve my 2 arrows.
Well, the one you
do
hit,
those
the big
draconians
one,
leave anything behind?
broke. What was that,
Hmm.
Astrid?
Did the draconians leave anything behind, or are they just gone?
Oh, someone actually asked about equipment and corpses.
That's what I was gonna see if we can do an investigation check around here.
So the Baz Draconians had short swords, just mundane, regular, run-of-the-mill stuff. The CVAC, it's just natural armor, and he has a serrated sword, which is basically like, you know, you're like a 1.5 sword, a bastard sword. So nothing like magical or anything like that.
I can use either.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, I mean, they didn't have like missile weapons or anything. It was just
Right. Yeah.
the
I just
sword.
figured I'd see what, if they happen to have anything on them that might be.
Well, keep that in mind because we've passed by a lot of shit because no one looks. Yeah.
That's because you cursed us. When we
blame
did
me.
go looking for shit, you
Don't
cursed us
blame
with
me.
loads of stuff and had us nearly all wiped out. So
Well, this is your chance. All right, so who goes in the sand first?
yeah, I love the way you're saying that.
He said ominously.
Yeah. And you wonder why we don't go and search or stuff.
All right, Fynn.
I mean, I'll be
as-
behind short.
Okay, so Fynn goes in first, the very daring young man. I need a perception check from you, a wisdom perception check.
Ten.
All right, so as you go in there, you notice that you walk into quicksand and you sink 3 feet into it, and you are now restrained, which means you cannot move, you cannot benefit from any bonus to speed. You have everything has advantage to attack you, and you have disadvantage to attack anything else. And
Can I climb onto these rocks?
Your movement was to go in there, and you're restrained, so you can't move at all. Restrained.
Oh,
means
we're
you don't
still
have
on
any
a-
movement. No, we're not on initiative. It's just you're literally restrained by quicksand right now. So
Can I
you're
use my rope and wrap it around that and pull myself out?
give me a strength check, please.
$14.
Okay. So with a 14, you like do some sort of like MacGyver lasso, and you just like pull yourself up, muscles and veins popping out of your arms. You're just like, "Argh!" And you pull yourself up slowly out of the quicksand, and you get on top of the rock, just like,
Well, don't do what I just did. That's quicksand.
stay out of the quicksand, everyone. All right, so you know that there are bags that they were collecting of something sitting in that quicksand. Arguably, there might even be more of whatever it is underneath the quicksand. We're not in initiative, so do you guys want to stop the game here and we'll pick this up next time, or do you want to resolve this now?
I like to resolve it now. Heck yeah, 'cause there's probably some good end reward here. We could probably just use me as the anchor.
Wait a second. Are you going to be the grappling hook they throw into the quicksand?
That, or I can anchor myself into the ground and then use the rope, and then you guys can start.
Oh yeah.
Search. I do. Let's work out a plan here. If you get stuck, I mean, if I see it, then I could pull you out. You can try again.
And there's nothing in the way of equipment around here, like wooden planks or anything, or.
No, this is a rough cave. This is clearly a lair of some sort of creature.
So what were they doing then to not sink?
They were standing in it. Like they were literally like 3 feet into it, like digging stuff into sacks. You can actually see remnants of like where the sacks were that like sifted down, like little like pucker, the little divot of something sinking into sand.
I suppose with them, the one that could fly would just the Sivak could fly.
Yeah.
So he probably just pulled them out when they were done. Then.
Or they just flew out because
me, and then you guys.
they're in it.
If the
So whereabouts these sacks?
I mean, as long as we have
one here,
rope, right?
Here.
We can. Was he sinking any further, or did he just sink down 3 feet and stop?
As soon as he got to 3 feet, he lassoed and pulled himself out.
Okay.
Potentially can go down further.
So.
I mean, should we just like tie a rope to somebody?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do.
So we can pull him out.
Yeah.
That would be
okay. All right, yeah.
Whoever wants to go next, I guess that would be the ranger, maybe.
So do you guys want to do that?
Sure.
Because over time, you can easily use that approach. As long as both of you are physically connected to the rope, one can pull the other out. We don't have to do like rolls or anything like that. But someone write this down. So the draconian sacks,
Colin, you want to write it down?
I'm doing that.
had a total of 700 gold pieces in them. What you guys were able to scrape out from the ground was 1,200 copper, 8,000 silver, 2,300 gold, which is insane, and 60 platinum. You find 12 assorted gems. Their value is indeterminate. You see this gorgeous ornate chalice and a pair of boots.
Give me a second.
Ooh, you can cast Identify on the boots. Or you can just cast it on the whole area and see what lights up.
Well, it has to be the one.
I can do Detect Magic and then see what's magic and cast Identify on anything that is.
Do you want to do that?
So you said 700 gold.
I have to do Detect Magic.
1,200 copper, 800 silver, a chalice, and boots.
1,200 copper.
Here, I can.
Is there
4,000
anything else that's
silver,
missing?
2,300 gold.
Yep.
60 platinum,
Oh,
12 gems, chalice, and a pair of boots.
Yep.
Oh,
Plus
there was a
700
dragon.
gold that the draconians had on them.
So were you going to cast Detect Magic and then Identify?
Yeah, it takes 10 minutes for Detect Magic because it's not prepared, so I have to do it as a ritual.
Okay. So Detect Magic takes you a while. Everyone's sort of sitting around, still gathering up the coins and counting them, making little Scrooge McDuck stacks. And you realize that the boots, the pair of boots that you fished out, are the only magical items at all.
Okay. Does it aura? Does it have a school of magic, or the aura? I can tell it's school.
I
if
can't.
any.
Hold on. Let me look. No, it's just magical. There's no like. It doesn't reference anything.
I'll go ahead and identify the boots.
Okay. So after you cast a spell, you take some time. You're channeling arcane forces through this pearl and divining the information about the boots. They are boots of levitation.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Well, that'd be useful to get out of the quicksand.
Yeah. They're dope as death.
Yeah.
So Thumb War, I mean, how are you guys going to resolve who gets the boots of levitation?
Boots of levitation.
Good for the rogue. I'm sorry, for the ranger, cleric or the wizard.
Let me get a good read
Or
on that.
it needs to levitate.
Levitate at will?
Yeah, dude.
Right.
Oh my, that's
So
awesome.
who's the least armored? That'd be Astrid, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So it makes sense for you to have some sort of advantage.
I mean, if I can just float above everybody and throw lightning down on them, that's probably a pretty good idea.
Yeah. Yeah. Or you could just say, they're just mundane garbage boots. I guess I'll take them.
I mean, yeah. I feel like I can be upfront enough. I mean, I'm willing to forgo some of the gold if I get the boots.
First of all, how you guys hauling out this gold?
Oh, I can carry that.
That's 3,000 gold pieces, which is about 30 pounds unto itself or more. I don't know. I can't remember if it's 10 per 100 or I can't remember.
Yes.
Anyway, it's heavy as hell. So you're going to have to divvy this up amongst each of you in order to get this out of here. And this is just collecting this is taking hours and hours. So you don't get the total until you've spent hours doing this while Astrid's doing her spell and identifying these boots. And finally you realize there's no other creatures here. Whether there's ever a dragon or not, there's certainly a horde. And you've just like gotten this up. You're divvying it amongst each other. You're, for all intents and purposes with this much coin. I'm looking at the carrying capacity note is double. You have advantage on strength and checks made to push. Oh, that's the bear thing. Okay. I'm just saying this is a lot of physical amount of coins as well. So just the bulk of it, you all sort of like divvy up and stash between all of you. Now you have to climb 50, 40, and then 30 feet.
Ugh.
With all of this shit. But there is someone with boots.
I was going to say I can levitate, but I can't carry that much.
You could just share the boots. Everyone gets to put them on.
That is true. Well, they're attunement.
One at a time.
I think they take an hour to attune to.
Oh, are they attuned?
Yeah, they're attunement.
Yep. Okay. That's.
I could just climb up.
Checks on pulls. I mean,
you'll eventually all get out. I'm messing around.
It can levitate me up to 500 pounds.
That's great.
So even if I can't move, I can get up.
You can lift some of your friends.
I don't know how we're...
In either case, you guys ultimately, you're moving out with all your stuff, coins dropping, and you're making a little trail, little Grimm's fairy tale breadcrumb trail through the forest. And you get to the mouth of the cave where the pit is. You're like, oh, no, not this time. You sort of like scoot around the edge of the pit. And as soon as you get out, you see the dwarf standing there with a big grin on her face with this sort of hopeful bounce in her stance. Was it successful? I heard screams and cursing.
Yeah.
No one.
There's just a bunch of worms down there that we took care of.
There were no draconians.
They're draconians as well.
Oh, wonderful. She like comes up and gives you a big hug, sort of lifts you up like a half inch off the ground. Oh, I'm so happy we finally get to move in. Calls out, we got this one! And people like slowly just sort of like squeezing through the cracks of the nearby cave entrance that they sort of led you into initially. And just one after another dwarf, just sliding past you into their little cave and stuff. And she, as soon as everyone's passed, she looks at you. Well, it clearly looks like you found something. You've all gained weight since you entered the cavern. Best of luck to you. Thank you very much. You've earned every coin. And she comes up and gives you another hug. You've given us our home back. May Reorx bless you.
There's one thing I forgot, guys. That wall exploded when it was hit.
Yeah, it was something about the lightning that it didn't like prevent any passage or anything. It just exploded out with the force of sending shards towards people that were nearby.
Walls, or something explosive or something.
Oh, no.
Okay.
When I cast Detect Magic, did it? Were those crystals magical?
No, they're just conductive.
Okay.
So
Okay.
it's literally lightning is the thing that does it.
Oh,
so
really?
you just happen to chance it.
So if I had some of those, could I use those as like bombs? Like if I were to like strike them with lightning?
That's interesting. You would have to ask permission to collect the blue gemstones, take some time in preserving their integrity, but I think arguably you might be able to do something with them.
I mean, maybe I could. What was the gnome's name? Maybe she could look him over and see if she could do anything interesting with him. Or
What was her?
I don't know.
Grasha Megan.
Yeah.
Are you gonna ask her? What are you gonna say?
Do we have? How do we? We have the far gap. Yeah. Sure.
Who are you asking?
What was the gnome back at camp?
Oh, the gnome. It was Tatina Rukeldust.
Rukeldust. That's it. She makes things, right?
Mhm.
Like,
Yeah.
I don't. Could she possibly? I don't know. I found those conductive crystals. They seem to explode when lightning strikes them. I just didn't know if she had any use for them or anything that she could possibly.
If you're calling on the far gap asking her, she immediately picks up the mic and starts talking. I would love to have an opportunity to study this. This seems like a very interesting conductive material, and if it's only lightning, I wonder if we could create a synthesizing method of lightning, some sort of electrical current, but I wonder if I rub my hands together really fast, if that would be enough of a static charge, or maybe get a balloon and rub it on my head and stick it against it. Would that be
Are there
enough?
balloons?
And you can do some tests.
Yeah, are there balloons? That's a good question. So anyway, she just sort of spouts off, running through all sorts of possibilities. Again, she's 3 days away at best if you ignore the people that gave you the tip about this location. So that's days away we have to deal with. So, for now, she's definitely willing to investigate. If
No,
you bring back
we'll not
samples.
ignore the people that gave us the tip. We'll give them our 10%, just not right away. Obviously, we'll do them past the next.
Okay, well, that will definitely, we are well over. We're almost an hour past our normal
The
time.
sun's come up here.
Yeah, I mean,
Dawn has
Torgan's
broken.
got a second wind. He's ready to go. Thank you all so much for tuning in and watching this 5-hour episode, this special episode. It started out pure role-playing, ended up pure combat, and some hilarity sprinkled in for character. Thank you guys so much. I genuinely appreciate your time and attention. But that is it for this 15th episode of our Dungeons & Dragons 5th Edition DragonLance Shadow of the Dragon Queen live play. I would like to thank the players, of course, for joining me and making this a very entertaining session. And for those of you watching, what did you think of this adventure thus far? Feel free to email me at info@dlsaga.com or leave a comment below. I would like to take a moment and remind you to subscribe to the YouTube channel, click that stupid bell to get notified about upcoming videos, and click the like button. It all goes to help other Dragonlance fans learn about this channel and its content. And of course, this channel is all about celebrating the wonderful world of the Dragonlance Saga. Thank you so much for joining the celebration. So for the players, hang tight. I'll let you know when we're done. And everyone else, until next time, Slanjavar.